All right, this is Mark of Sea Science Film Labs here with Jason of Faithful, Honest, and True channel here on YouTube. We're here to discuss the living fossils. And take it away, Jason. What do you got to say?
I don't know. Do you want to start? What do you want to start with? Do you want to start with
Sure.
the pictures, your
Yeah, I'll
presentation? It's
show.
better you start with your presentation.
All right.
I've
Yeah,
got that up,
I found
I
this
think.
fossil here. This is my own discovery. Here in Western New York, we've got the shale, and a lot of marine fossil deposits around here. So, but what's really great about this one is there's crinoid uh, columnar segments in here, and those are the circles down at the south end of this fossil. It would be by the one. You see a circle, and then right below it, there's another circle that's sort of cut in half with lines radiating from the center. There's also a circle at the top northeastern corner of this fossil, would be another crinoid columnar segment. Now, these are just little round circles that you find. Well, this is the first one that I found, so it's pretty special for me. And I guess they're pretty common. So, but I was just out, doing my thing and digging around, and there was a fossil. So these they come in many different shapes and sizes. These crinoid fossils. They're basically the stalk segments of the stalk of the sea lily. And these are animals that live at the bottom of the seabeds, the bottom of the ocean on the seabed, seafloor. So they're pretty cool. And we'll watch a video later about that. But here's another one. This isn't one I found, but here's another example of the same crinoids or crinoids that are uh, here in a fossil deposit, just all crammed together into a layer. Now, this this I'm not sure where this discovery was made, but it was obviously in different sediment than the shale that I found this in. But I did some research here, and the shale around the Western New York area, around the Allegheny region, is claimed to be from the Paleozoic era and from the Ordovician to the Silurian. So they're claiming that my fossils that I found here are about 450 million years old, anywhere from 440 to 485 million years old, I think. So, that's interesting. And these are living fossils. Now, a living fossil we've defined here as a living form that has remained essentially unchanged from their obvious ancestors we have found in layers. Evolutionists assume are of a fantastic age. These are animals that we live with modernly that we can also find in fossil form. Um, and there's many examples, mostly sea animals, because, well, 90% of the fossil record, as it is, are of marine animals. So there's a good reason we find a lot of marine animals. And that's the nature of the way fossils are formed. So, for many years, evolution proponents, um, evolution theory proponents, even geologists, this is scientific community has said that it's taken hundreds of thousands of years to millions of years to create fossils, for them to become mineralized. However, recent research has shown that this is not the case. So we've got some discoveries here that even predictions that creationists have made, because creationists, we predict that fossils don't take hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds or even millions of years. Or in this case, with this fossil, claiming hundreds of millions of years of time passing by with the same muscles and the same uh, crinoid columnar segments, that we can find modernly today at the seafloor of these shallow seas around the planet. So, to this article, Forbes here came out with an article, and I know this isn't Nature, but the information that they post is from peer-reviewed articles. So scientists have cracked the mystery of how fossil concretions form. Now, concretions are they're round rocks. They come in different shapes and sizes, but even at this beach here in this background, you see these rocks. Now, these could be concretions. In fact, are concretions in a lot of cases. So, a lot of the fossils that we discover are at the beach and these washout areas. Okay, so what you have is a situation where um, the whole of geology, paleontology, the whole scientific consensus has believed that um, these fossils or these concretions take hundreds of thousands, even millions of years to form. But recent research has seen this is not the case because they find fossils of fish like this, and this is inside of a concretion, which obviously it wasn't spherical, but it was long like the fish was. But it seems like there's like an inch layer that just goes all the way around this fish, and that's really interesting. So, how are these fossils formed? Well, it looks like they form pretty quickly. Um, you have this fossilized fish eating another fish. Um, Obviously, they were buried alive. Okay, so there's a few elements that go into fossil formation we've found, and one of them is that they have to be buried in enough sediment for it to cut off the oxygen and for it to keep the worms and the parasites and other things that would be getting down in there to eat that and consume it. So you're talking about at least 4 meters 4 meters of sediment have to be covering them first off, because that's how deep the worms go. Secondly, you want to think of it would be at the bottom of maybe a lake bed, so there would have to be water involved. Okay, cutting off the oxygen completely, especially there's water involved here because it's a fish. so so these back to the Forbes article here. Concretions are fascinating to geologists and rockhounds alike. All over the world, well-preserved fossils and crystals are frequently found inside of them. These roughly spherical rocks, the Amazon Creek fossil beds in Illinois are famous for the concretions found there, which display well-preserved fossil plants if split apart. The Parana Basin in South America has concretions containing fossil fish preserved in 3 dimensions, providing unique snapshots of the past. Some of those fossils even show larger fish swallowing the smaller ones. And this article. This is a photo that they're talking about. One of these ones from the Parana Basin in South America. So this was pulled out of the Parana Basin fossil deposit. It's not amazing. So they're wondering, for a long time, they're wondering how are these even made? These concretions were just an anomaly that they just didn't understand. Some phenomena they didn't really understand yet. So they were like, well, they form. Takes hundreds of thousands, even millions of years for them to form. They're made out of rock, so it takes that long for them to mineralize. Well, now, finding these discoveries and some research here, it says researchers at Nagoya University have analyzed dozens of concretions from 3 different sites across Japan. Am I coming in clearly still? Is that I gotta do a voice check here because I have a decent connection issue.
Yeah, you're clear as. I'd tell you if you want. Yep.
All right. England and New Zealand. All right. So researchers at Nagoya University have analyzed dozens of concretions from 3 sites across Japan, England, and New Zealand, studying the chemical composition and a transect from the outer layers of the concretion towards the surrounding rocks, and the researchers were able to crack some of the open questions. The chemical composition shows also that indeed the fossils play a role in the origin of the concretions, or the living forms inside of them play a role in the origin of the concretions. So the element calcium, cementing smaller sedimentary particles together and forming the hard, compact matter, comes from the decaying organic remains. So it's actually this the element calcium is given off by the decaying animals and the decaying plants, and it seeps into the sediment around it. And this actually forms the matrix that these fossils are discovered in. So the rocks surrounding these what were once living forms uh, is actually cemented by the living forms, or what were living forms themselves. So it's interesting, and what they've also discovered in this research, and more surprising, were the results of the growth rates. Concretions were thought to take hundreds of thousands to millions of years to form. However, they instead apparently grow at a very fast rate over just several months to several years. So, and here we have to understand that it must be even, several months, even shorter in some cases, it seems. This new observation could also explain why the fossils found inside the concretions are so well preserved. Uh, do you want to? And we should talk about the coelacanth too, because we went into that, mentioning Lazarus fossils. The Lazarus fossils, they're interesting because they're a species that evolutionists assumed, or science itself has assumed, had gone extinct, and in some cases even placed them in their phylogenetic tree of life as a transitional form between two other completely different species, only to find them alive and well, living somewhere in the earth modernly. Now, there's several examples of Lazarus fossils, or this occurrence, but the coelacanth is probably the best known Lazarus fossil, which was the case where they discovered the fossils, placed them in the phylogenetic tree of life, even as a transition between fish and land dwelling animals, okay? Only to later on discover living ones fished out of the Sea of Japan or Japanese seas. It's just like, so you find a fossil of something, you assumed it lived far off and long ago, but here it is, living right here in the sea still. It's only to be discovered still, and that's what a Lazarus fossil is. We're discovering that living fossils are like a broader group. They're more of an umbrella term than what Lazarus fossils falls into, because Lazarus fossils is sort of another form of living fossil, because they are fossilized forms that we see now, that we can see we can find in fossils. Okay, so they're living forms that we can find now modernly that are also shown in fossil form, and we can find the fossils. It's an interesting thing, and it's probably some of the best evidence for young Earth creation that exists, I think. So, and so again, you have the prediction from the creationist
You there?
side. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You there,
You have the
Seaside? Yeah,
prediction.
good.
Yeah, brother.
My browser just clagged out. So
On the reset.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through clear. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you good. I was just going to reinstate the idea that, creationists, we believe that these fossils form quickly for the entire time. So this is a prediction made by us. Fossils form quickly. Look at the flood. We believe that was 4,000 years ago. We believe that the majority of the fossils were created in that catastrophic event. So, and we've always believed that. Whereas evolutionists once believed that concretions and fossils took hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years to form, to mineralize. Okay. This is not the case. And we're finding that fossils actually form much quicker than they were believed to in the past. So, and we're alive. So, did you have any luck with your article coming through about the fish gills?
No, I'm sort of live on my phone at the moment. My browser keeps on the computer keeps clagging
Okay.
out. I'm just gonna have to get rid of some of this. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that,
All right.
and I'm gonna try to hang on. I've got something here though that I can add. If it'll come up, let's hope. Yes. All right. Okay. Just it's every time I switch between a tab, it just says Google. It's not responding. Try again, of course. Otherwise, I'd lose the stream.
Now, these are, like I said before, these are the crinoid columnal segments, which is the stalk, basically, pieces of the stalk of the sea lily, which is the sea lily is basically an animal that lives on the seafloor. So we'll show you what a sea lily is here in a little while, I think. But when
It's still trying to load StreamYards on my computer.
is it going round and round? Well, we got some other fun pictures to look at here too. I mean,
I think I'm having problems with hacking, so I'm going to turn on the antivirus browser. It might stuff us up and cut us off. I hope not. But I mean, these are the things that happen. Anyway, so you keep going on about that, and I'll turn on the antivirus VPN, and that should boot anybody that's causing trouble.
all right. Well, if it does come through, I mean, it'll probably just take a little while. Let's see here. Got different pictures here. I've got see-through pictures of the phylogenetic human evolutionary tree here, you know. So there you have it for all to see. Yep. Somewhere long ago and far away, there was a mutation where the second chromosome fused and walking apes appeared, and suddenly Sasquatches took over the world. Because, you know, one single mutational individual can become a population, right? So now these chromosome fusion events, although they're not hypothetical, we actually know that they occur in nature, but they're a single generational event. So they believe that this bipedal form, this human appearing monkey form, this Sasquatch, you know, they believe that it happened in a single generation because they're going with the narrative that it's a result of a chromosome fusion event. And then they also have to believe that that single individual became a population of its own, and that was able, you know, mate with the other chimps that were around, or the apes there. So it's you know, it's a far cry for anything that'd be scientific. I know that. We've got a pretty, oh, there you, oh, hey, closer. How about that? And here you see the tree has got a lot of branches that don't go to the top. And that's because even though these guys all live to modern day, these magical, you know, Sasquatch beings didn't make it for some reason. Too bad for them. Even though they were apparently great tree climbers, so they could escape danger, even then, they just couldn't do it as well as the humans, who could apparently run a lot faster because they made it. See, they made it all the way to the top. Look at us. We're alive like the pansies and the gorillalinis. So just pointing that out. Now we got an even closer. Ooh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Here's an even closer picture of the human evolution phylogenetic tree here. Now, You tell me.
Okay, finally.
You got
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Oh no!
Beautiful.
Don't tell me it's going to black out again.
Hey.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Well, you're coming through clearly on the audio, brother. So that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, I saved it with the otherwise it would have dropped out completely if I didn't get it going on my phone while it was stuffing around on the computer. So, but I don't want to keep it going on the phone because. All right,
Well,
so here we go. Oh, I've just got something to add here because I think you mentioned the Cambrian before. All right, so
I got to turn off my notifications.
Yeah, I can't see them anyway. All right, here we go. And there's a lot of later on in this article. There's a lot of references from secular references from peer-reviewed scientific articles. So this isn't just like creationists saying this. This is so they needed all of the complexity. Anyway, here we go. The Cambrian explosion was roughly a 10 million year event. They used to think it was 70 million years. Now they know it's only about 10 million year period or less, or even less. That is a lot of time. It certainly is a lot of time on the scale of human history. What few people realize is that 10 million years is just the blink of an eye in biological evolutionary time. It's a small amount of time in relation to what evolutionary mutation selection mechanism needs to work. There is a branch of evolutionary theory called population genetics. It's a very mathematical branch of biology in which biologists are able to calculate what they call waiting times. This means the amount of time they would expect an evolutionary change to take place. Biologists can make calculations if they know something about the mutation rates. And the size of the populations of the different organisms that are involved. Recent calculations made in the field of population genetics show that if you need just a few coordinated mutations, the waiting time blow out beyond hundreds of millions of years. So a 10 million year window is in the blink of a biological eye. It's even enough time. It's not even enough time to generate a few coordinated mutations, let alone the origin of these extremely complex animals in the Cambrian layer from, say, things like the bacteria, because they supposedly evolved up from the bacteria that populated the Earth before the Cambrian explosion. Anyway, 10 million year windows is previously enough time for the mutation mechanism to work. One of the arguments put forward by evolutionist scientists for the lack of immediate animal, I've got the references for this, and I'll put the references in the description, and I'll also put them in the private and in the public chat later. The Cambrian layer leading to a trilobite. One of the arguments is of the transitional forms of the Cambrian layer leading to a trilobite is that they were too small or too soft to be preserved, but we have soft body things preserved in fossils such as jellyfish, even fish embryos, the same article, different link. And anyway, so let me go up. Hang on. I think it's got me a bit. Yes. There were where they can see the cell structure of the embryo. I've got actual pictures of this in a peer-reviewed sort of thing, citation. Tiny microscopic fossils. Also in China, they have millions of soft-bodied creatures from the Cambrian layer preserved in exquisite detail. Also, like I said, they have jellyfish perfectly preserved, and you can actually just see the jellyfish in just absolute beautiful form in fossils. If we can have all of these soft-bodied creatures and flash fossilization and soft tiny things like bacteria and embryos preserved in fossils, the lie that the Precambrian animals being too soft to be preserved just doesn't wash. And it pretty much doesn't wash anymore. I don't think many evolutionists try to use that. This is the huge challenge to the creative power of the natural selection mechanism, and the mystery of the Cambrian explosion only gets deeper with with every new discovery that comes in. You have to remember that 99% of the time, mutation is loss of genetic information, not gain. Look at the ape to human evolution, for example. It is impossible when you consider there is about 100 mutations per generation per every child born. Basically, it's saying that it's passed on, and if it had been over millions of years, then we should have all been dead 100 times over. That is actually a clickable peer-reviewed, secular, peer-reviewed scientific paper that literally says we should be dead 100 times over from the mutation loss.
Is there some 100 mutations or so every generation, you're saying?
Yes, that's right. And it's passed on to every single, like there's 100 more mutations. They're near neutral mutations, so natural selection can't see them and remove them. And it's like bad mutations they can remove because people die. And other mutations and you know, they can supposedly work on beneficial ones and so forth, but these ones are near neutral, so they can't see them. So they're literally just building up in our genome. Every single out of 3 billion letters, every single person that's born, like your children have 100 less sort of bits of information or garbled or whatever you call it. They literally say less information than your parents. So they know the genome. He knows the genome is shrinking, and like I said, this is a scientific peer-reviewed article. So they know the genome is shrinking, and with this load that he's talking about, we should have just been dead. Like I said, 100 times, like he said, 100 times over since, say, Lucy, right, over 3 million years. And he even came up with weird ideas, like later on trying to do peer-reviewed papers that he believed that aliens must have been coming to Earth and reboosting our genomes and all this sort of stuff. He was such a staunch evolutionist that he just would not admit that there's, you know, he just went as far as like that there must be aliens fixing our genome and stuff. He just couldn't work out how this, and this must have been happening, you know, through all time, as he knows. So
I heard that Richard Dawkins went with the alien narrative,
panspermia and transpermia or whatever it is.
Panspermia. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, who created the aliens that created the aliens that created the aliens and so on? It goes on an infinite regress. You need a creator that creates everything from nothing, and everybody knows that. Anyway, this is a huge challenge to the creative power of natural selection. Blah blah blah. Genetic loss. Blah. I won't get into that. I want to get down to the part where they start. Here is evidence of scientific peer-reviewed paper: contamination of the genome by slightly deleterious mutations, why have we not died 100 times over? Kondrashov, AS. It's a full citation. That's the abstract of it. Basically, he says you can't get around it with all of the usual rescue devices that they use. He said it just doesn't work. He said because natural selection can't remove them, basically, and the reason is because they can't remove them because they can't see them, because they're near neutral. They're not completely like not deleterious. There is something deleterious to them,
but they're unavoidable.
It's infinitesimally small, so natural selection can't weed it out like a person dies and weeds it out or something, you know, whatever. So natural selection can't weed it out. It's so they keep building up and up and up, and so
compounding
every single child born. And if you go over 3 million years, that's why he says we should have been dead 100 million times over. basically. Oh, there's the citation right there.
And I would just like to say, 100 plus mutations in every generation of human. Okay. And they believe in hundreds of thousands of generations. Hundreds of thousands of generations of uncontrolled mutation just from reproduction, radiation influence, and chemical and elemental influence. 100 mutations every generation. And they believe in millions of generations just from our ape ancestors. Crazy. Well, thousands, hundreds of thousands of generations just from our ape ancestors. Crazy. Crazy. When you have undirected mutation, neutral mutations compounding over what would be hundreds of thousands of years, that's impossible, man. And that's another thing that, the creationists understand, that mutation is a destructive biological force. It's not creative. It doesn't create new living forms. Mutation destroys the living forms. It leads to extinction. It leads to new forms of cancer, new genetic disorders. It doesn't lead to new species, at least what you'd consider a species. It doesn't lead to new animals. It leads to dead animals and incomplete genomes. They can't function. Eventually, they lose their ability to reproduce, which is one of the problems in humankind right now, is we're losing our ability to reproduce. And they say that, natural selection would weed that out. Well, you can only weed it out so far until the general mutation, this compounded mutation, works into a situation where it leads to extinction for that creature. It's a downward spiral. And that's why we were talking about the other day. We were talking about the differences between epigenetic changes and just general mutation, and how a lot of these epigenetic changes have been attributed as mutation by the evolution theory proponents. They claim these changes, these epigenetic changes, are proof that humans can evolve from a fish. So that's interesting.
The pre-course of genetic variation and mutation alone. Basically, what they found to get, I think it's just one fixed mutation when they actually ran the numbers and they looked at today's mutation rates, not the assumed mutation rates of the past that they can never go back in a time machine and test, but the mutation rates of today. They found that the waiting time was something like 97 billion years for one fixed mutation, and it's that has been challenged by that many. There's been hundreds of challenges to it, and there's not been one like real serious challenge that's sort of debunked it. It's every challenge has been debunked basically. So it's you're looking at. I mean, this rubbish that we evolved over just 3 million years from apes to humans and stuff like that. One fixed mutation literally can take up, like at the mutation rates today. Like if you look at genetic Eve, like they say, mtDNA Eve, that was meant to be an insult to the Bible. But when they look back for the first woman, and their first woman was supposedly 200,000 and 250,000 years ago. So they look back, they got the mutation rates of today, how fast they are, right? The speed of the mutation rates today. And they went and they counted backwards to get back to basically what they consider the first woman. And they got back 6,000 years. And they went, well, that's not true. 6,000 years, that's what the Bible says. And we know the Bible's not true. So that's not true. So they went away for about 3 years. And then they did more calculations, and 3 years later they came back with better data and better equipment and more data, and better data and more equipment. And they did the calculations again, and they got back 6,500 years. So they said to themselves, well, we're getting back basically confirming the Bible here. So what they did is they said, well, this is where it becomes pseudoscience. They said in the past, the mutation rates must have been slower. So there's no way to jump in a time machine and go back into the past and check the mutation rates to see. So they have to assume. It's a total assumption. There's no scientific evidence for it whatsoever. It's pseudoscience. And they say that the mutation rates were slower in the past, and and that they sped up as time went on. Whereas evolutionists say what's happening in the present is what is the key to the past, sort of thing. And they've said that for so long, but now they've changed their tune on that sort of thing. But I mean, you've got things like the Cambrian layer. I've got here a lot of where is it?
The hypothetical Cambrian explosion. Where all
I've got references here from secular science, many of them in this doc, from secular scientific peer-reviewed articles, that people can look up the references themselves and see for themselves, and it'll actually absolutely blow their mind, like the amount of like evolutionists, scientists that are saying that the Cambrian is only 10 million years now. I mean, how can you go when you've got such huge waiting times, right? How can you go in 10 million years from a single cell to the creatures in the Cambrian layer were super complex. They had all the basic phyla of all the animal attack of today. They had eyes, they had compound eyes, extremely complex compound eyes. They had mouths, brains, digestive systems that all had to be there working in place at the same time, and they just suddenly just appeared. And they've even got some that they say are pre-Cambrian, but they've also got in areas, they've got the pre-Cambrian above the Cambrian, mixed up upside down. I'm pretty sure that's in China. I mean, those sort of things are pretty easy to look up if anybody's really interested and wants to go on the net. But I'll try and post as many links as I can after the thing in the description, and people can just go back and look in the description. So hang on, let me go back up here and just see if I missed. There's the jellyfish. Yeah, no, I didn't get. There's another one somewhere that I was looking for that I couldn't find, but it doesn't matter.
All right. Are you going to share that
now? Do you want to go to your video on YouTube?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Are you going to throw that in the chat for people that view this later on?
Yeah, but I'm going to put it in the description. So anybody that listens to this, by the time later on, I'll put all of these links in the description, and they can just go click on the description and bang and get it. You know, it'll be there all time. And yeah, if the chat never shows up, like sometimes it disappears, then you know everything will be there in the description later on. Then it's not there now, but I'll get around to it. I will do it. So keep checking anyway.
All right.
Sorry, I've got to share this out. That's right. Here we go. I've got to stop sharing that.
Tardigrades. Yeah. We're talking about tardigrades in the chat there.
Oh, yeah.
The sea bears or
there.
Water bears, yeah.
Do you want me to just play this? And do you want me to play this?
Mute it, and we'll talk through it.
What I mean is, do you just want me to just not keep stopping it and just let you sort of just talk about it without stopping it like the last time, or do you want me to stop it in places? I don't mind stopping
Before that, check the chat because you have a question here about the Cambrian explosion. And I think Luca, because they're trying to talk about here. I'll show here, buddy.
Yeah, you can share.
I brought a photo for our friends in the chat, so you can see exactly where they believe. So you have the origin of life.
Sorry.
Yeah, the origin of life. Wow. Yeah, 4.5, 4.3.5. Yeah, billion years ago, not million. Yep. Okay, and then you have the Cambrian explosion. Okay, that was 541.
So, and basically animals, look, the complex phyla and stuff in the Cambrian had to develop like from single cells. They had to mutate all the way to animals with complex compound eyes, like super complex. These are eyes that were found, the sort of things that are found in animals today. I mean, they're obviously different types of creatures, not the same, you know, the animals, exactly, but the eyes that they had, they had digestive systems, stomachs, like all of the legs, arms, tails, fins, it did all of the stuff that's on animals today, and sort of thing, and it was extremely complex, and it basically just went from single cell bacteria to the Precambrian, which they say is the Precambrian, but they don't find that in many places. And it's like there's only very, very few, very small amount of fossils. And they've even got it in one place where it's upside down, where the Precambrian is on top of the Cambrian, which is not right. Anyway, I just sort of got a bit off of track from what I was saying. But let me go to this video and put you. Do you want to start the video now? Because I'm ready to go. See signs?
Yeah, let's get it going. Just make sure
Sorry, I
it's
lost
muted, and we'll talk about it as it plays. I'm sorry, I didn't realize my mic was off.
Yeah,
And after that, I think we'll let we'll let the open mic begin.
Yeah, I'm going to be careful who I add though, because if they put on, that pornographic material again. Then...
Well, that's what happened earlier. We had to reset. So at least this way, we'll get a basic discussion down before we can delete that material. But if that does happen again, just go right to it. Put it on private.
Yeah, they gave me a strike for that straight away. The problem is they gave me a strike for that. I tried to delete that within like a couple of minutes, and I went looking through YouTube to try and delete it. And I just got in there like just a few minutes after it happened, and they'd already given me a strike, right?
Wow.
And all this that's what I believe that looks like some friend of someone who works at YouTube on the outside going in and doing that, and I'll be watching at the time when you get in, and I'll instantly give them a strike for it, sort of thing. Sure. I mean, that's not fair, man. I mean, that only just happened straight away. We even said the guy was a scumbag live. We said that oh, that's wrong. We even said we've got to delete this video. Oh, we got to delete this video. I said, can you edit that out? And then we decided just to delete it, and then we got out of it pretty much straight away. We didn't go on for like half an hour afterwards or something like that. Ridiculous. We only just like a minute or two, and then they give me a strike straight away, man. That's just suspicious. That's just instance. That's utterly suspicious. That is just outright suspicious.
Yeah, if they slapped you that fast, but you got to understand, like that kind of material, it sends up a flag or whatever right away. But
they must have reported AI. They've got AI.
Got on there.
That needs to be reviewed by.
And they reported you, man. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but the problem is in like 30 seconds. But no, you don't normally get looked at. I don't normally get around to that. Even the AI doesn't normally get around to that within a few minutes. I mean, that I've seen that sort of stuff go up, and it takes and they like happen to other people.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it takes a while before they get the strike.
I think it happened on Praises, and I think it happened on SFTs.
Yeah, but I don't think he got the strike immediately, like straight away. I don't know, or whatever. But I mean,
it doesn't matter. We're beyond it now, so.
I know. I mean, it's just really annoying, man. It's just almost like they're deliberately. Well, why are YouTube's got all these filters. Now think about this. YouTube's got all these filters and AI, this great AI that can filter out all this stuff, but they can't filter out what is quite obviously full-on pornographic material from someone using that as a what do you call it, like a GIF or whatever they call them in their in their
their avatars.
Now, of course they could, but if they did that, then they wouldn't be able to get creationists like us and give us strikes and boot us from our channels and stuff like that. I mean, their AI can weed out the most idiotic stuff just instantaneously, yet it can't weed that out. Oh, what a load of rubbish. It's a total setup, mate. I am so dirty on YouTube for that. I'm gonna appeal it. I really am. I think that they're just a bunch of scumbags.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? Did they just did an alert come up like you got a hit?
Yeah, straight away. Yeah, no, that's just outright setup. That's just an outright setup, and
As soon as it happened,
that's disgusting. That is
as soon as
absolutely
it
disgusting.
happened, I went and I made it private. Like I went right to YouTube, made it private. So I don't know. I don't think I got one because I did that. But
Yeah, I went in
yeah, I mean,
through.
that's
I
what
went in
people.
through the app
That's
on
how
the
people are.
computer.
So.
I went in through the app on the computer, and it took me only like a few minutes longer than you. And I go in
Sure.
there, and there's already a strike there. No, that's just ridiculous, mate. I went in there and deleted the video immediately. They should have immediately deleted the strike. They know we didn't ask the person to do that. They can tell quite clearly. They've got AI that instantly prints it out into text. I mean, they can read the last few parts of that really quickly. They don't have to sit there and watch the whole thing, and they can see that we said that was wrong straight away and stuff like that. They should just automatically like take that strike down because we deleted the video. We didn't. They can
well,
see
at least
quite,
they didn't. At least they didn't
they can
hide your
see quite
channel.
clearly that we didn't deliberately put that stuff up. I
Sure.
mean,
Yeah. Well, at least they
it's
didn't like
like,
hide your channel or delete your channel. So you're good.
yeah,
You're good.
I know they're just evil, mate.
We just
As
got to
far as
watch the people
I'm
coming
really
in.
upset about it. Yeah,
Like
really
I think
upset.
my buddy Fluffy's in the chat there. Of course he might come in and talk to us for a little bit, and he's pretty respectable. I don't think he's going to do anything crazy. So
yeah, no,
and
that's
then I
fine.
mean we'll open the open mic here in just a second after
people we
video.
don't know are not coming in.
I just want to say before we got started on this is this is the crinoid fossil that I found here in Western New York. The crinoids are the little circles, like I said, at the south part of this fossil, the circles. You see them here, right? Back to here, you can see them on this fossil a little bit. So, and again here, but these are all different shapes and sizes. This is the fossil I found. These are crinoid columnar segments. So the columnar segments, they're basically vertebrae of the stalk. It's almost like they're vertebrae, of the stalk of the sea lily. And that's what we're going to see in this video, probably, if it works and we get
sorry. Yeah, okay.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah. I was
I'll
just saying, even in this video thumbnail here, you can see the sea lily and its stalk going down there. It almost looks like a C shape.
It's flying now. Yep.
Or a J even. But so yeah, they mid-Cambrian. They believe this is like 300 million years before the dinosaurs. We got the echinodermata. Okay, they are the class Crinoidea. So there's two different types of crinoids. You have the sea lily and you have the feather star. Okay, and both of them can move around. And I didn't know for a long time because I thought they were kind of like stationary. But I thought that the feather star could move and the sea lily couldn't move because it looked like root systems, But they actually like let go and float along with the tides and move around. And they're just amazing animals. But yeah, so they believe that they're 300, these are hundreds of millions of years old. And these same fossils right here, these fossils that I find up here in Western New York, even these little circles, these are these segments. So we find them all over the planet. And that means that there were seabeds all over the planet. Okay. Now, pre-flood, there was likely these lakes and seabeds pre-flood too. And when the water rose, it all mixed together, So you have these bacterial mats, these stromatolites at the bottom of the seabeds, and they get covered first. So to explain this whole chart, you have the bacteria, algae, stromatolites at the bottom. These are found in some of the oldest layers, the Archean layers. Okay, so this is like the very first life that we find are these bacterial mats. Well, it's a fact of science that these are also what's found at the bottom of the lake or the bottom of the shallow sea, because these photosynthetic bacterium, this blue-green algae, which is actually bacteria, first life that appears in our charts here, okay, is an advanced photosynthetic cell. Okay, we don't have a LUCA. There's no LUCA. That's something that only exists in the evolutionist imagination. So you have that. At the bottom of the lake, you have bacterial mats. They fall to the bottom. And then beyond that, you have the sea floor crawlers. And this whole map here, this whole table, it explains to me exactly what went on, and that it's not necessarily that these fossils were separated and sorted by time, but more by environment. Okay. So there's a reason that the bacterial mats are at the bottom, because they're at the bottom of the ocean and at the bottom of the lakes today. And the first thing to get buried when that sediment comes in and fills in these shallow lake beds and these depressed geological areas across the planet when the global flood occurs. Then you have the seafloor crawlers, then you have fish, and then you get into the trees and the land animals and everything. So it makes perfect sense that the reason that the fossil deposits are layered the way they are and found the way that they are and the way that they're separated is because of, instead of necessarily epochs of time and different things were evolved at different times, was that these were different environments getting washed into different fossil deposits around the planet simultaneously. So the majority of the fossils is from the catastrophic flood event. There have been fossils
you've got
since.
your picture covering it.
Oh yeah. I've been talking about other stuff. You want to rewind the video?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
I was just kind of explaining the. Wow, that looks beautiful, man. That looks great.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
Send it back to the beginning. I'll just talk about. So you have the crinoids and other echinoderms. Okay, so crinoids are marine animals that make up the class Crinoidea. They're believed to be 300 million years before the dinosaurs. Okay, so you have this chart. Wow. So we're looking at Devonian, even Silurian, I think. That's pretty amazing. Oh, some of them survive to present day, these echinoderms. Sea stars, cucumbers, sea urchins, feather stars, sea lilies all exist till modern day. Isn't that amazing? It's the majority of them. Now, here, pause it here, if you would. We have these sea stars, and here's a good one. Yeah, pause it right there. That's good. So these brittle stars, and these are what you always see in my avatar, even to the left. These are orange brittle stars.
Just wait a sec. I can go back to that other picture if you want.
No, we're good here because this will describe it all. The other one was just a sun star or a multi-armed sea star. And
yeah, hang on, there it is. I'll just show people. There it is. There. That's
sure.
the same.
Okay. Yeah. So, this is a famous photo, a famous fossil. On the left, you have the famous fossil of these ancient sea stars, these multi-armed sea stars. And it took a while, but I did find the bottom of a multi-armed sun star on the right. And he's eating a crab, I think. He's got a crab in his mouth. See a couple legs sticking out. But yeah, these guys, they crawl on the bottom. But you got to flip them over to see the side that is fossilized here on the left. And as you notice, it looks quite alike. The mouth, the multi-arm. It's a different number of arms. But the multi-armed sea star come in different numbers of arms. So isn't that amazing how alike they are? And what's amazing, even more amazing, is these echinoderms, like this fossilized sea star here on the left, are believed to be hundreds of millions of years older than the one on the right. which is a modern juicy one that you can find in the bottom of the ocean today. It's got all the same functional anatomy after hundreds of millions of years. And I know about mutation equilibrium, this explanation that the environment, that some place on Earth there's an environment that hasn't changed for hundreds of millions of years. This notion is ridiculous.
Just let me know when you want to start the video again, too, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead, man. We'll talk on from here. Stop it at the brittle stars, too. I'll talk about that.
Okay.
Because I actually know more about the fossils as far as that. I know that this one on the left is a famous sea star fossil, but it's obvious which one it was to someone that knows them. Now, here on the left, we have these Moroccan, they're from Morocco. Some Moroccan. They're Moroccan brittle star fossils. And they're believed to be from the Ordovician. I believe I'm probably saying that wrong, but the Ordovician there, okay, so you have mass extinction, before a mass extinction event, when there was primitive fish and primitive trilobites and the rise of corals. Yeah, so, this is from a layer that's supposed to be very early on, okay? And I mean, it works with the chart that they have, no doubt. But the fact of the matter is that it seems we're taught that animals of modern day come from these basal forms, which are simple forms, general forms that all the forms came from, these almost like super potent forms that all modern forms evolved from. Okay, when what we have here is some of the oldest fossils of sea stars look exactly like their obvious modern counterparts. So here you have the brittle star, and this is what I have in my avatar, on YouTube. And this is the bottom of one again. You're going to be looking at the bottom of these things a lot of times in the fossils, just because of the nature of it. You see that you're looking at it from the bottom most of the time. So, because you're taking off the layer underneath. And it looks exactly the same. It's even got the basal slits for the breathing of this sea star, which brittle stars are actually a different form of animal than the starfish. So, and the same thing with basket stars, which are kind of like a brittle star, but they look crazy, and I have no doubt that they have a separate ancestry. Okay, even though they look like they could be cousins, there's no way that a brittle star and a basket star came from the same animal, in my opinion. I mean, being a creationist, I can believe this sort of thing, but evolutionists would have us believe that brittle stars and basket stars share a common ancestor. This is pretty fantastic. So if you want to play on, oh yeah. And then, like I said, these are from the Moroccan fossil deposits over in Morocco, and they're believed to be from the Ordovician layer, which is like 485 million years ago. Hundreds of millions of years of no evolution. So if this is mutation equilibrium, please tell me where the sea star was hiding. When you have every generation in the human body, there's 100 new mutations that are compounding and changing us. Okay? Every generation. 450 million years. And they're brittle stars. How many generations of brooding went on without any change to anatomy here? That's amazing. So this is one of my favorite living fossil examples, and we can show the next one too. There's only several sea stars, but after that we should probably zoom to the crinoids. Yeah, here we go. These cushion stars. Now this is from my private collection. The guy on the right, We got him in Belize, in Mexico. And on the left, this is another famous sea star fossil, believed to be hundreds of millions of years old once again. Yet there it is, its perfect counterpart sitting on the right. And I mean, yeah. So these, I believe the Bahamans, they have the cushion star on their penny or their peso, so it's pretty cool. And it's a very unique symbol. And there it is in fossil form and in dried out form, from a modern one. So unchanged, hundreds of millions of years again. Now the crinoids, the feather stars, I'm just going to call them feather stars and sea lilies. They are from even further back, I think. They're believed to be even older than these sea stars. It's like they're still at the bottom of the sea floor today in their full
Do you want
anatomy. Yeah, play
Yeah.
on. These are
Okay.
those are sugar stars. Those are a common starfish. They're everywhere, and you'll find those in fossils too. So, it's not a case where there's just these basal forms. It's a case where you can look at the Cambrian or pre-Cambrian. Well, not pre. You can look at the Cambrian and see all the modern forms you see now. So it's like, what is the reason for this Cambrian explosion? What? How did all these animals just pop into existence? Here's the crinoids. If you want to pause it, I'll take a look at these pictures. Yeah, right here. Perfect. This is perfect. So this is crinoid anatomy. Okay, you have the columno, which is basically the vertebrae of this animal. This is the trunk of the, what would be the trunk if it was a plant, but it's not a plant. It's an animal. You got the sea lily. This is a real animal, and you want to say vertebrae, but they're not either. They're columnar segments. So each of them are, different. There's many different varieties of sea lily. Okay, and all of their columnar segments look different. There's some with little jagged edges. There's some with little knobs. Look at that. This one's perfect stars. Just beautiful, beautiful design in these things. Um, Here's the one I found again, just a quick glance. But yeah, so this columnar section here, the stalk of the sea lily, these are the segments of that stalk, and you can see the stalk in sections here in some of these, in some of these pieces or some of these fossils are actually sections of that stalk. So, but the thing is we have all these fossils of them supposed to be from hundreds of millions of years ago, and if you play on, you'll see that these sea lilies are still fine and they're just living in the same place they've always been before they were covered up by all this debris from a flood. Whether the Great Flood or a flood since. But it takes a pretty big flood to fill an entire sea with sediment. Here's a juicy one. Yeah, let it play on. We'll just play right through it. Yeah, here's a juicy one laying out on the table. And then you have these guys. These are underwater still. And the ones with fronds have different columnar sections. And there are many varieties. These are the fast hold or the stronghold, the roots, basically. Yeah, so feather stars, they're also considered crinoids, and they're different than the sea lilies because they have no columnar segment. So at least nothing visible, nothing compared to the sea lily. Pause it right there. Oh, go back to that anatomy if you would, sir. Some great pictures of these two, but now these will actually they move right along. Like they'll detach from the rock that they're fast held to and just float along with the current. So these animals, yeah, look at those legs on it. It's crazy.
Sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't hear me. Do you want me to pause it, like, or keep going?
Oh no,
Or
just let it play, buddy. Yeah, just let it play.
Yeah, just let it play. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get through this.
I gotta mute my mic because my dog's panting.
Sure. Yeah, here's a fossil of a feather star. You know, you've got the strongholds, the roots basically of it, and then you have the feathers. Now here's a sea lily, and these are different, photos of the columnar segments. And here's a fossilized deposit of them, all different kinds. Wow, look at this. Those star-shaped columnar segment ones are really impressive. I'd like to find one of those, digging around for fossils one of these days. So. But yeah, you can stop it there if you would. And then we will open up the chat for open mic if anyone comes through. Until then, we'll watch another video, I guess, if you got something. I know there's one guy that explains fossilization pretty well. I've got a video from him we could watch. So again, a living fossil is a living form that has remained essentially unchanged from their obvious ancestors or their counterparts, their fossilized counterparts. And we have found in layers that are assumed to be of fantastic age. So there you have it. Pretty much all, there's fossils of all living forms that we have modernly for the most part. So practically all animals are examples there because we have millions of fossils, I mean, most of them are marine life because of the way that fossils are created. The process that is involved has a lot to do with water. So most is marine life. But I will get this going here. We will get the banner rolling and invite them in. Hopefully we don't get anyone that's showing.
Well, I'm going to be careful who I let in.
All right. I'm going to post it into the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be careful who I let in. It's like I'm not letting in anyone I don't know because then I'll just get another strike and then they can delete my channel. That stinks.
Yeah, man, that's the YouTube for you. I mean,
mate, they've got AI that can block all this stuff instantly. Detect. I mean, they've even got AI that can detect porn in photographs and on Facebook and that, and Google have got one of the best AIs there is. And you telling me that their AI couldn't identify a GIF in a person's profile picture
sure.
when they're live as having that sort of porn in it that was in that last thing. I mean, I don't believe that if they told me they don't have anything like that, I wouldn't believe them, because if they got something like that weeded that out immediately, then instead of you having to set, I suppose there might be a setting. Yeah, I mean,
it's a shame
when you set these settings in YouTube. The problem is when you set these settings in YouTube to block certain things to stop people doing that, it blocks a lot of other things as well. And I don't like people, freedom of speech being infringed upon. So it gets to and
we want to have an open environment for people to say what they want to say.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to. That's what we're trying to have here. So, but we can't have anything, too profane coming on screen, or we get in trouble because we're uploading to Facebook too, and so.
Yeah.
I mean, the Earth's anatomy is really amazing. These they're tube feet, and their whole system is a hydraulic.
Oh, there's a sea urchin straight away. I knew straight. I've seen them millions of times living around the ocean for
I bet.
a long time. Yeah.
Do you see these black ones?
Yep.
Yeah,
Those ones
those
exactly.
really spiny guys.
That exact one. I've seen all those. Like when they die and all their spines fall off and they just turn into a shell like that. I've seen that thousands and thousands of times.
Oh. Yeah, collect those shells if you find them. They're really something to see.
Yeah, I mean, like not fossilized ones, just at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that looks great. I'll tell you what, this is projecting great, man. We've got it down, Jason. This is looking good. That's how I usually see them, is they're crapped up in those little crevices of the rock right on the beach. These urchins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what I was gonna. Oh, that's right. That's right. Let me see. If my browser starts playing up, I'll just see. Okay. Okay. Click Cambrian. What was I looking for again? The link to. That's right. Hang on. No. I'll have to search for it. I got it. Just go down to the link and click on the link because it's better to go straight to the link.
There's some great photos of these globes here, these urchins. Those egg urchins, egg sculptures. And the heart urchins. That was an amazing fossil right there. Amazingly alike with the modern heart urchins. It was just, I don't know. They haven't changed at all. Like, where's the evolution? If evolution is supposed to happen, why are the same exact animals alive today that were alive, supposedly hundreds of millions of years ago? Well, general mutation is a factor. Like you said, 100 new mutations in every generation of humans. And they believe in hundreds of thousands of generations. Okay, since our hypothetical ape ancestors. It just makes no sense. They don't understand mutation. And they don't understand how compounded mutation just leads to extinction. They seem to think that compounded mutation leads to animals getting new anatomy, like growing wings and gills and who knows what else. More eyes, compounded eyes. I'll tell you what, these guys wish they had eyes. If they don't have photoreceptors somewhere. I was surprised to find out that the starfish has photoreceptors. So they have eyes on the ends of their arms. Isn't that amazing? Like, it's got eyes on every corner of its body. So you can see all the way around. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go to this article and show that? Oh no, you just keep going on with this. This has only got a little while to go anyway. Do you want to talk about this or?
No. I mean, if you've got an article, let's review.
No. Keep going on with this one if you want to. I just thought you wanted to go to something else.
Yeah, you're right.
No?
It's almost unrolling anyway.
No, just let it go. It's only got a few minutes to go. May as well just let it go.
All right. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I will stop that and share out. Present. Share stop screen. Okay. Come on. Share. Here we go. Here we go. This is from. I'll show you the reference here. It's from. I can't remember the link right now, but I will post the link in the chat. He talks about here fish fossilizing very quickly. He basically goes on to say that, to cut a long story short, he goes on to say in this article, which I'll post the link. Hang on, I'll just post the link right now in the chat, and I'll post it in the I think I know I didn't post this yet. Okay, just let me post it in the chat so people can get the link.
I was just gonna say, I've seen people like punk people like that before on other channels, so it's to be expected. We just got to make sure before we put him on the stage that that's not happening. I don't know, because it was like he was sharing his screen and stuff too, so he was definitely coming in from his browser or whatever, on a PC.
Yep. So this is hang on, just let me see if I can expand this. No. Yes. Oh, no. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right. So he basically goes on to say, I'll just go through so you can see the photos, but instead of reading it, I'll just talk about it. He basically goes on to say that the stomach contents, even the food, the last meals it ate, were preserved in its stomach. The organs, like I said, the food that it ate, even the food should have broken down in bacteria, even if it was sealed in mud, because there's still oxygen left inside the fish. They should have broken the cells down and stuff like that. And they found the cells were intact, and they found fish embryos, and you know how small fish embryos are, and they were fossilized, and you could even see the embryo inside when some of them are a little bit broken open and stuff like that. I think that's got that picture there. It is. So they're the fish embryos fossilized that they got, and basically what happened is that they found that the bacteria, when it was covered with mud, as it was using up the oxygen in the tissue, and that it was making it acidic, and it couldn't form. It could only form what they call apatite crystals, and that's what the bacteria basically helped it to form. I've just put the link in the public chat, so I'm pretty sure it was the public chat. Anyway, so they found that these things, and what he found in the end was that the fish, he did rotting experiments and all that sort of stuff, and I'm pretty sure he did it without oxygen and all sorts of things like that. And he found that it broke down within it fossilized. The fish must have fossilized within 3 hours, is what he said in this. 3 hours to months, he says, but he says it really should have, like from his experiments that he did and from the bacteria that would have been in, and the explanation I gave you about the bacteria before, even if it was buried, could fossilize it within, under the right conditions, if it's the right temperature, the right amount of minerals in the flowing through it, and stuff like that. So it literally just, I think they even found cells in the eyes and stuff like that have been preserved. I mean, it's pretty amazing that it's that they can find that. Well, there you go. That blows the notion away of fossils lasting for millions of years. It's it's just a load of rubbish. But anyway, you got anything you want me to put up on the screen? Sea science, maybe.
Well, I mean, so you're saying that fossils they form quickly, basically, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
they can form like
Yeah.
within sometimes hours to months, depending. But he found, like he said, even when they were deprived of oxygen, he said in a no oxygen environment, as they used up the oxygen in the flesh, they turned it acidic, and it couldn't create a certain type of calcium crystal, but it could create another type called an apatite crystal, and that's what. Then the bacteria actually helped to fossilize the cells quickly, and like I said, in the end, he determined that they fossilized within 3 hours. And they say, he also says that the fish.
What did it say? I'm sorry.
That's what did they say? This is their. It's from 100 million year old rock. They say that fish, this fish.
Wow.
Let's see if I can. Oh no, that's your article. Hang on, I'm in the wrong article. That's right. I'll just go back up to it because I don't need to, show the whole thing. I just need to show the beginning. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I'll bet you any money I could find a fish species somewhere on Earth today to match that, probably very close, if not identically. I'll bet you.
Yeah, that's a
live
toothy one, man.
You got to look at the fish in the Amazon. Look at those.
Sure,
It looks like something from the Amazon.
Look at the barracuda.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they are dangerous. I was in Hawaii once, and I was at Hanauma Bay, and my cousin lives over there. I've got like 200 cousins in Hawaii, and anyway, so my cousin was at Hanauma Bay, and we were out. Like the reef goes out for like 100 meters or however far. It's a long way, 150 yards or whatever, and we were right out, and there's these big deep holes in the reef, and we were diving down, and we got these flashes flashing around. He quickly went back to the surface, and he's splashing on the top telling me to get out, and I came up and he said there's barracuda in there, and I said, so they're only barracuda. He said barracuda will shred you to pieces, and they're all darting around like that. They're getting ready to get into a feeding frenzy. And I quickly hopped up where it was only about, they still couldn't have bitten us on our legs though, because our legs were still in about a foot and a half water, but they didn't. They took off, luckily for us.
Oh yeah, they're like, they won't bother you. Those barracuda, they won't bother you. They just
no. They
do
shred you. And when we were in the water, they started darting around really fast around us. And when I got out, my cousin explained to me. He said when they start darting around like that, they're about to tear you to pieces. He said if you're swimming around them and they're just swimming calmly, that's fine. But when we were in there, they just started darting around us like bing, 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 like ping pong balls in a ping pong ball machine. And
must have been those.
And he said when that happened. No, that was in Hawaii. That was in Hawaii. That was in Hanauma Bay.
The ones that are that were
I've got 200 cousins in Hawaii, mate. I've got about 200 cousins in Hawaii at least. Second cousins. Yeah.
Cool.
Heaps of them.
Are the Pacific Islands? Is that what they're called? The Pacific Islanders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the 50 states of America, so
sure.
Yeah.
So, this has obviously got teeth. I mean, we could probably figure out what fish this is.
Yeah,
it's definitely a tooth.
I'd start looking around the Amazon, maybe a few fish in the open ocean, some pelagic fish, some fish that hang around inshore. I mean, there'd be some example of this somewhere. It wouldn't be hard to find.
If we could see more of it, it'd be easier to identify what kind it is. But there's no citation there that says what kind of fish it was.
It's pretty easy to tell from the head. Like the head shape is pretty much all I need. Like if I can find a fish and then have a look at its teeth, and you can see what its teeth look like. Dog's teeth, right?
Sure.
Well, there's many fish in the Amazon that have dog teeth like that, exactly, identical to that, identical, but not that. I don't know that same shape if there's one like that, but I know there's fish there. I mean, I'm willing to
Could
bet
be a
if I look at,
piranha.
no, that's not a piranha because you can see the feet. Have a look at the front teeth there. If you can't see it up close like I can, it looks more like a dog tooth. It's the piranha
Oh.
teeth are more razor sharp, like serrated edge knives, ultra razor sharp razor blades, serrated edge knives.
It looks neat.
The pack owl is often confused for the piranha. It's a vegetarian, and its teeth look like human teeth. It's really creepy. Go and have a look at a pacu or pacu.
Oh, I've
or
seen
pacu.
that. I've seen that.
Yeah, it's really creepy.
When you said the human teeth thing, that is weird. Because I remember that.
Yeah, I'll just stop
Fish
sharing
with
that.
human teeth.
But yeah.
All right. Well,
Right.
we could watch another video here. I know I've got one of a guy that he describes the fossilization process pretty good, and he's pretty heavily into the creation topic, you know. So I don't know if we can use his content though, so maybe we shouldn't. Well, let's give it a shot anyway. The worst thing they do is give us a copyright. So
well, you have to stop it and
talk about it.
commentary.
Sure.
I can't remember how often that is. I don't know if it's 3 minutes or less. But you're allowed to do commentary, and I'll have to look up exactly how long you're allowed to do commentary on it, whether you can do a commentary on a whole video or not. But I think you can. You could not long ago, but I don't know if you still can. They might have changed it, but we'll do it anyway. So have you got that in the private chat? Because I can't click on it for some reason from StreamYard's in the. Yeah.
You know what? I thought I'd have it right away, but I don't even have it yet.
No, I know.
It wasn't where I thought it was. So.
But I mean, it's like this. Most evolution, like you find Neanderthal bones that are 200,000 years old that haven't fossilized, and the really weird thing is that not only have they not fossilized, 70% of Neanderthal skulls and bones that are found are not fossilized. 70% unfossilized, and they got mitochondrial DNA in them, and they've actually counted the amount of mutations in the mitochondrial DNA of the Neanderthals, and if you counted backwards at the current rate of mutations, and then you look at the amount of mutations in the mitochondria today of the same mitochondria, it's right on an evolutionary timescale. If you count at the same speed rate of the mutations today, and evolutionists do always say the key to the past is the present is the key to the past. What the processes of the present are the key to the past. So they just killed themselves right there.
Well, you know, I don't believe in any evolution, so
yeah.
But yeah, I mean the Neanderthal. You know, the only Neanderthal that's really been like that you can go view.
Oh, I've got a video that I want to play. It's on my channel. I'll find it.
Sure. All right.
Hang on. Might take me.
You know, I don't really believe in Neanderthal, Jason. Right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we just say Neanderthal to make it like so people understand. I mean, I just believe it was people from before the flood and just after the flood, but it's because they lived to very old ages, and the main things that keep growing on a human is their brow ridge as they get older, your ears and your nose. So, and what do they find? They find them with great big brow ridges and big noses and big ears. And isn't it funny that you find the children without these brow ridges? The Neanderthal children that they find don't have the brow ridges. So that means that they develop them later on.
Well, that's what I mean. Like they have Neanderthal children.
They'd have to be hundreds of years old. Basically, to have those brow ridges that big, their brains were bigger. They were bigger, faster, smarter than us. There was a lot of, there was one thing where in Western Australia where they discovered a Neanderthal, and this Neanderthal they worked out was running at 23 miles an hour. Worked that out in kilometers. I think that's 35 or 37 kilometers an hour. That's getting up there to 40 kilometers an hour. Now, this thing was running through deep, wet mud while carrying something heavy because it was leaning to one side. And they estimated from this is in Western Australia, like I said, they estimated and this is a secular thing, they estimated from the tracks and the length of the tracks and the depth and all that sort of stuff, they estimated it was running at 23 miles an hour. So they were bigger, faster, stronger, smarter than us. They've got carvings. They made the first movies. They've got carvings of like these little pendants that say about 5 centimeters wide or 50 millimeters wide or 45 millimeters wide. And on one side, they've got a deer standing there with its legs, all 4 legs suspended off the ground. And we didn't even know that all their 4 legs were suspended off the ground when they were running until high-speed cameras came along later on, sort of thing. We didn't know for sure that while the horses and things like that were running. So they've got this on one side of the pendant. It's got the deer standing in a meadow with this really ultra-fine grass drawn. And to see the ultra-fine detail in the hair and the grass, a person needs a magnifying glass today. So that means their eyes were better than ours. And on the other side of the pendant, they had like a meadow where the deer's legs were suspended. So on one side it's standing there, the deer's legs were suspended. So when you put this pendant on a bit of leather and twirl it, it looks like the deer's running through a meadow. And that's also really cool. They've discovered that is amazing. And also,
but you know what the thing is that's obviously
navigate
human artifacts. You know what I mean? These are human artifacts, not Neanderthal.
Yeah, and it takes a greater amount of intelligence to survive in those harsh, desolate climates. Without you can't go to the supermarket, you can't go to the doctor. Like they even found evidence. One scientist even found evidence that they enough evidence to call it a theory, a pretty decent, strong theory that they actually had their teeth could repair. So, had this repair because they know this from the DNA that they got out of them, and that he found himself. He's a dental scientist, and he found certain markers and things that suggested that if their teeth cracked, that they could heal. So you can't judge someone's age by a muscle usually, unless they're extremely old, right? So you can't judge a 35-year-old by a muscle because a muscle heals. Now, if they had this ability to heal teeth, then that would explain why that when they find Neanderthals, that most of them are like around about the ages of 35 to 45 sort of thing at the age of death. That's what they say. But if the teeth could heal, then that's pretty much what they'd look like. You know what I mean? If they were even very, very old, and they wouldn't lose their teeth like we did today, because their teeth, like I said, we've gone backwards, even though they've found that a lot of them were genetically inferior. Sorry, like superior. Sorry, I forgot what I was going to say. Just let me have a look here. Sorry, I thought somebody joined us, but obviously not. I heard a ding. I was just looking at the other screen.
Yeah, I was just rejoined. I accidentally logged out there. Okay. I'm looking for a photo of all the Neanderthal discoveries so I can show you something.
Yep.
I mean, there's only so many skulls, right?
Yeah.
So there's a handful of skulls. Now, these are partial skulls, okay? And they're also from fragments, that have been glued together. It's the same case as what's going on with all the rest of paleoanthropology. Okay. So as far as the Neanderthal are concerned, it's there's not as many finds as maybe. There's more finds than would have been recovered. Let's put it that way. And when they do find remains that are claimed to be Neanderthal, they're always found in some watery grave, in some cave that's been flooded or something like that. I know that there's a there's at least one discovery that's been found whole. That'd be a Neanderthal or a caveman, or as they say. So
I think they found it in what they say was only recent burial of a Neanderthal, and other evolutionarians argue that it's not a Neanderthal, it's this or that, and it's and others say that it is, and these are evolutionist scientists arguing with each other. Obviously, the ones that are arguing against it and realize that if it's Neanderthal as close as whatever time period it is, I can't remember, but if as close as what it was buried, and it was also buried with a Sahelanthropus, that's right, they've found Sahelanthropus, like they've found creatures that like say, one creature's supposed to have evolved into the next, but they've found them in the same layer. So that means that they lived with each other and comparatively, yet they evolved from one type into another. I mean, they'll point towards goats that up on the mountains, and you got one side of the mountain where one same sort of goats go, and within no time at all, a short period of time, basically the goats on one side of the mountain can't get to the ones on the other side, so they can't breed with each other. But in vitro, they probably could, but it's probably some sort of physical thing that's changed. But anyway, I'm just going to get off anyway. So have you got anything that you want to talk about, Sea Science?
Sure. I actually want to share a picture real quick of this one Neanderthal that I know about, this one composite. So we've got to wait for that to upload, but that will be with us shortly. Oh no, it won't, because that's the wrong file format. Figures. I'm gonna have to reformat it. I'll be right back, because this is important. And I mean, if you know anything else, Neanderthal, in my opinion, like I've said in the past, is that they are remains of humans that are claimed to be Neanderthal. And I know that they've mapped the Neanderthal genome, okay, from what would be right, from what would be claimed Neanderthal. And from my understanding, they were within a percentage of what would be human. Now,
no, they're actually now I've got an article that shows that they are actually that they, even the mainstream evolutionist scientists are coming out and saying that they believe now that Neanderthal and Denisovan were full modern humans.
Yeah, according to the DNA, probably.
You find 20%, like a lot of Asian people literally have 20% Neanderthal in them. I mean, you should be proud of that, because they were bigger.
Now, wouldn't that just more lean to the idea, that it was
they could build boats.
Individual.
They could build boats and navigate. They know they could navigate because this island that they got to, right?
Well, they were human. They were just human. Like, of course they could navigate. Of course they could make art. Of course they had stone flutes, bone flutes.
250,000 years ago, according to the evolutionists, like 50 to 250,000 years ago. I mean,
right.
That's like amazing, because they portray them as big dumb brutes with big brains, but they're more simple brains than ours and all that sort of stuff. Yet they could make such intricate things that we need magnifying glasses to see it today. So their eyes were better. I proved that they could run faster. From that West Australian, and this is all from secular stuff, not from creationist sources.
Yeah,
they could run faster than us, 23 miles an hour through deep wet mud while carrying something heavy. So they were bigger, stronger, faster, had better eyes. They could build boats. They could navigate. They were just bigger, faster, stronger, smarter humans than we are today. They had to live in like incredibly tough environments that, there's no supermarkets or doctors. They just absolutely amazing sort of creatures. You know what I mean? They're not, to be called a Neanderthal is not an insult. So there's literally mostly in Asian population, they find 20% Neanderthal DNA. And that's in a large percentage. I can't remember how much percentage of the population, but it's quite a very large percentage. It's not like a tiny, what you'd think, half or 1% or 5%. It's a large percentage. So, you know, they know that they're fighting DNA in modern humans. I mean, Neanderthal DNA in modern humans today. So, you know, they obviously bred out of existence. They didn't, or mutated down, as us creationists say. Because they find the amount of mutations that, like I said, that they find in the mitochondria was less than we have in the same area of the mitochondria today. And if you go by the current mutation speeds of today and count backwards, then it lines up perfectly. It's just us going backwards and degrading, and that's what the Bible says, since Adam's fall, that we go backwards and degrade. So when they find that sort of evidence, and that's from secular sources, I keep saying that because people often say, you're just quoting, CMI and AIG and creationist and ICR and, creationist organizations like that. And no, we're not. I'm quoting, evolutionists or speaking about evolutionists finding secular citations, and a lot of them are peer reviewed. So, and when I talk about some really weird stuff, I get accused of, you're just, regurgitating creationist propaganda, and it makes me laugh because I'm saying what the evolutionists have found from secular peer-reviewed citations, and some of them have been peer-reviewed by a lot of people, and they couldn't bust them open. So it's, I find that hilarious. That's why we like using the secular citations, even though they talk about millions of years and stuff like that. But if you actually read it and look at the data backs our side. Because like I said with Mitochondrial Eve, they just literally said, well, the mutation rates get us back 6,000 years to her. So they took 10 years off from trying to work this out, because the current mutation rates of the day get back to 6,000 to 6,500 years. So they took 10 years off, and they did all these mathematical equations, and they got equations where it was too long a period and too short a period. And then they got one between 150,000 and 250,000 years, this equation. And they said, well, this is what the mutation rates must have been back then, and they've just sped up later on. So that's where it becomes, like I said, total pseudoscience, because they can't go back in a time machine. They can't. It's totally imagined. It's total, like it's a total rescue device, because when they look at the current mutation speeds today and they calculate it backwards, and this is the evolutionists, the secular scientists, they literally got back 6,500 years to the first woman, and in one of the citations they got back 6,000 years. The first citation that they did, that they got back 6,000 years to the first woman. So that's why they made up all these imagined mutation rates. So when we're looking at these fossils and these living fossils, and example after example after example of fossils from 400 million year old rock that's still alive today, one after the other, and you've got the Cambrian, where you've got creatures going from single cell to complex creatures today, with all the phyla and taxa of all the animals today, like compound eyes, legs, stomachs, brains, that sort of stuff, just going from single cells, boom, straight into thing. And then they talk about the Precambrian. Well, there's only a very small amount of the Precambrian around. They haven't found very much in it. And they've also found in China, I think it is, that they've done the Precambrians flipped upside down. So they've got areas where it's flipped upside down. So you got the ones that were supposed to have evolved into the Cambrian creatures above the Cambrian creatures. So what did the Cambrian creatures evolve into them, or degenerate into them, or whatever they reckon? So and they also found, and you can look this up, there's a lot of scientific evolutionists out there that say now that the Cambrian explosion took 10 million years, like I think we might have talked about this. I can't remember if we talked about it before, but it took 10 million years. And they used to think it was 70 million years. I mean, even 70 million years is a very short time for things to evolve from a cell through mutations, with the waiting periods and the mutation rates of today. The waiting times to get fixed mutations are so massive. It's like billions of years, like up to 100 billion years nearly to get one fixed mutation at the current mutation rates today. So to go from single cells up to with the key to the past is what's happening in the present. That's what they say. So for them to evolve up from a single cell to the Cambrian creatures with stomachs, brains, eyes, legs, mouths, claws, fins, you know, basically like all the tails, all the phyla and taxa sort of thing we see today in the animals we saw in the Cambrian. Not exactly the same type of animals, but like I said, arms, legs, stomachs, complex brains, complex compound eyes, all that sort of stuff. And for that to happen in 10 million years, to go from, that might sound a long time to an average person, but that is in evolutionary terms literally the blink of an eye, a blink, just like blink your eye. That's what 10 million years is in evolutionary terms. And the evolutionists also say that the whale, now their timeline, because of what they've found in the layers, has got down even less, that they believe that this creature about the size of a small dog that looked a little bit like a rat, but was sort of like a rat dog, I call it, evolved from a rat dog into a whale because it lived on the shores of Pakistan sort of area where it was really hot, and it started going into the water more and more. And as it went into the water more and more over generations, it developed, more like webbed feet, and then more flipper-like feet, and spent less and less time on land and more time in the water. And over 10 million years evolved from that little land animal into the modern whales, that type whales that we see today. Not exactly the same whales we see today, but modern whales with flutes and breathing holes on the tops of their heads, like I said, and all of the whales have
the mighty Pakicetus.
and also there's just one more thing I want to blow away before they bring it up. The fastigial pelvis in whales, it's two bones with tendons attached to a whale's penis. The blue whale has a 6 foot long penis, and if it didn't have those bones in there, it's not a fastigial pelvis at all. It has a totally functional purpose. If it didn't have those bones in there with tendons attached to it, it wouldn't be able to mate with the female and produce. The species would die out because it doesn't have hands to grab on, right? So that's what those bones are for. It's not a fastigial pelvis at all. When you look at real science, it's like they say that they used to say that the what is it? I can't think of it now. The appendix was fastigial. Well, now they know that. See, I got the coronavirus years ago when I was 16, and I'm in my 50s now, and I still hold a memory in my appendix of those antibodies created of that coronavirus way back then. The memory of them, not the antibodies, the memory of them in there. So if I ever get it again, that my body, they found the appendix are extremely important. I mean, there's a lot of stuff they say in the DNA that evolutionists say, oh, that's just junk. It's just, it doesn't do anything, whatever. And then later on, they found that it has function. And then they still sit there on the internet and try to tell you it doesn't have function. And there's actual programs in America where they'll remove parts of people's DNA to test things as long as they sign waivers. And we give them links to that sort of thing, or used to in the past, and say, well, you should sign up to go and have that part removed so the scientists can experiment what happens to you. But before you do it, here's exactly what we're almost certain, well, pretty certain that it controls, and it does regulate. So you're going to miss out on that in your body, and you might just die. So, and none of them actually took us up on the offer when it had it removed. So they're going on about all this junk DNA. They found the junk DNA has got, it's not like protein coding DNA, but it's like mapping to build organs and legs and arms and genes and the blueprints and stuff like that. They've found that a large portion, I think now they've found that most of it is functional, and they're finding more and more function all the time. So there's no such thing as that's all been debunked. There's just so many things with like, the Neanderthals and that dental scientist that I was talking about. He works at I'll put the link in the description later. I'll find it. We could watch that video if I could find it. That is actually on my channel, and that we won't get a strike for watching that. And that is very, very interesting. That is something we can just sit there and watch. All right. So I'll just. But
before all that, I'd just like to say, no two people agree on everything, and this is one thing that Jason and I don't agree on. That's for sure. is Neanderthal existing. So I it's my personal opinion that Neanderthal, they're just like any other paleoanthropological discovery. There
They're
remains
human.
that are claimed to be something that they're not.
They're just
and
human. That's
yeah,
it.
they're
They were
just
just
human
human.
remains, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they
But not being backed up now by evolutionist citations. I've got a citation, an article of a citation where evolutionists now saying that the Denisovan and the Neanderthal are just full on human, fully human,
Yeah.
like fully human.
well, yeah, I mean, they mapped the Neanderthal
What was I looking
genome,
for again? What was
quote
that video I was
unquote.
looking for again, mate?
Hang on a sec. I mean, they
Okay.
mapped the Neanderthal genome, quote unquote, right now, and that's what they're comparing to the human genome. They're saying it's like, with it almost 100% alike, to some humans across the planet. Okay, so that's like they're human remains. Okay, the only thing is now they've tested them. They mapped they mapped the genome. Okay, well, turns out they're completely human, as we knew already. Now, this that you see in front of you here on the left is the only Neanderthal that's it's a complete composite. You know what I mean? So this is a Frankenstein that Gary Sawyer created in the National American Museum of Natural History in New York City. And Gary Sawyer, he put together two different Neanderthal finds. And the top part, I believe, is a male, and the bottom is of a female. So you have the rib cage and the skull and the upper arms belonging to a male, and then the bottom belonging to a female. Okay. So here's the problem. There's not very many discoveries of these Neanderthal that are even considered complete. They're supposed to be some of the closest, in time individuals to us. We have so very few of their remains to the point where the only one that can be made into a composite, and this is with reflection, mind you. So they're reflecting the remains of these two individuals to either side to create to create this composite on the left. On the right, you have what would be a modern human male. Okay. My point is, there's only a handful of skulls claimed to be Neanderthal. One of them is on the top of the dude on the left here. As you can see from that one, it's all pieced together like a jigsaw puzzle. These skulls are manufactured. They're glued to a Neanderthal-shaped matrix, okay? And they just glue the little pieces on like a little jigsaw puzzle. And that's how they make these skulls. It's all fabricated. It's just like any other paleoanthropological find. And it's my opinion that the Neanderthal discoveries are not what they're claimed to be by the evolutionist community, okay? By the paleoanthropological community. They're not Neanderthal. They're actually pieces of humans. And many times they're robust humans. But my argument is that there are people with skulls as big as, say, this one on the left today. And we're comparing it to a normal modern human. Well, there's plenty of robust people in the world, plenty of large framed people in the world now, okay, that these bones on the left would be a perfect match for. Okay, so it's my opinion that all the Neanderthal discoveries are really just discoveries of human remains in layers where they didn't expect to find humans or modern humans.
And
Okay.
this video that I'm looking for at the moment, which will take me a while to find, backs you up on that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad, but I mean, like, you got to understand, like, even you're going on about the Neanderthal, how they ran faster than us, how they, all this stuff. But it's like Neanderthal.
No, wait a minute. No, you misrepresented. Look, what I said is that they were just, I did say they were modern humans, but that we degraded from them. I talked about the mitochondrial DNA, how it showed that we've got more mutations now than them, and when we've degraded downwards, we've gone downwards. I said they had better eyes than us. I said they were fully human. They were just bigger, stronger, smarter, and faster than us, and we've gone downhill
Right.
since then. That's what I said. I never said that. No. Anyway, I'm
Now,
looking for this thing.
remember my conversation with you about how there was probably larger animals before the flood and smaller animals, and they weren't necessarily all large animals
Yeah, well, I'm gonna
because we
yeah,
find all different. We find them
talk
all.
about that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
look for this thing. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while. I've got to focus on it. So sorry, Hank,
So
you talk
you
about
got to
that.
know that before the flood occurred, like there were robust humans, and there were normal sized humans, and there were smaller humans, just like there are today. So just the fact that we find robust remains doesn't mean that they were all bigger than us. You know what I mean? But rather that they're labeling these robust human remains as Neanderthal. So that's my opinion, is that Neanderthal aren't what they're claimed to be. And even though we've mapped the Neanderthal genome, what we've discovered is that they were human. If chimpanzees are 98% human, then how human would Neanderthal be? Yeah. So even according to their narrative, they've got to account for this 2% or even this 1%, because some of them believe that chimpanzees are 99% human. So if you look at all the discoveries of Neanderthal, you'll realize that they're few and far between. And that this guy on the left here is the most complete example that they have. And this is a Frankenstein, a composite of two different Neanderthal claims, okay, that have been discovered, that have been put together as a display. And they used a male and a female individual, which is why the bottom of it doesn't seem to quite match the top. And they also claim that the Neanderthal were slightly shorter than modern humans. Well, that's because the only full composite that's been recovered, okay, the only full example is this one right here on the left. That's in the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. That was created by Gary Sawyer, which is the same guy that put together the display where he realized that there was a baboon vertebra in the Lucy conglomeration. The same Gary Sawyer working for the Natural History Museum in New York City. He discovered the Lucy bone, the Lucy baboon neck bone, and he also put this composite together. Going by this composite, they're more robust and shorter than us, is what the results were from him putting together this composite. But when you consider that he used a female member and a male member, it could make up for the difference between modern man. There are plenty of people in the world that have robust remains. Just because they've dug up robust remains and tried to label them as Neanderthal doesn't mean that we should believe they are what they're claimed to be. Especially in the case of what we've seen with Lucy, where it ends up being a baboon bone included and obvious human remains. So, I mean, that's my opinion, is that these things aren't what they claim to be. Even the Neanderthal. And yes, I'll probably catch flack because I know a lot of people believe in Neanderthal.
Yeah, I know that. But here we go. Here's a guy that believes exactly what you believe.
Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. Because I mean, no one believes what everyone else believes.
We won't stop it. Just let him go because he explains things more and more. At times, it might seem like it's something that it's not. But just let him go on, and he'll get there. And you watch what he says. Watch this. This is from Raw.
See, I don't want to say this though, but no one believes everything that someone else believes. Everyone has
anyway. No. But this guy, listen to the science that he uses. He's a professor at a university. He's worked in dental things. He's a professor of science and dental science. He's a geneticist, a dental geneticist. He's got all these degrees. He's not just some, like.
Well, anyway, unless he flat out says that Neanderthal are not Neanderthal and they're just remains.
Just listen.
And they're just remains of. Hang on, let me say what I believe, though.
Yeah.
Unless he flat out says that Neanderthal are not what they're claimed to be, and they're actually just remains of humans, normal humans, even
He-
maybe
he-
pre-flood, but normal humans.
That's what he says. He says
Oh,
they're
good.
just
Okay.
humans that are older. If you watch it, he'll
Yeah, let's watch
basically
it. Yeah, let's watch it.
this
Let's play
backs
that
you up.
thing.
I already told you it backs you up. Just don't get hung up in the beginning. Here we go. Hang on, I'll just
All
make
right.
the screen. I'll just change the quality because I know the quality will be low, which it is.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
only
you
goes
should
up
be
to
good.
5.
You should be good even
Doesn't
at a lower
Doesn't
quality because it's a smaller screen too. So
Okay.
it should be. It should
I'll
look
go-
solid.
I'll go up
for
to full
people.
screen. So, here we go. All right, here we go.
All right.
Welcome back. I'm James Kennedy. Dr. Jack Quazzo joins us today. His many years of research are detailed in his book, Buried Alive, The Startling Truth About Neanderthal Man.
Well, in 1987, I became interested in the subject of growth and development of children. I had realized that in the earlier years of my practice in the 60s, children didn't seem to be developing as fast as they were in the 80s. I saw children coming into my office in the 70s and the 80s that were developing very quickly. I always take a record, a medical record from the parents, particularly for girls, because they are developing a little faster than boys, but boys are also developing fast, and found that there were many girls reaching their first menstrual period around 10 and a half years of age. And that was in the 80s. Now, this wasn't so in the early 60s. And I realized that as late 70s and 80s went on, that children seemed just in my office to be developing quicker and quicker. Now, this is a problem for orthodontists because you would like to treat a child in their maximum growth period. And if a girl has her menstrual period at 10, and then she finishes her active growth at, say, 12, you pretty much have an adult after that. And adult orthodontics is not as easy as children's orthodontics. So we had a dilemma, and I wanted to alert the orthodontic community, the dental community about this. Then, of course, I wondered if the fossil record showed this, and it turns out that it did.
So much of your study confirmed that Neanderthal man, instead of showing undeveloped growth characteristics, was actually very advanced in terms of physical abilities.
Yeah, the problems that you face today are all based upon, our medical problems are all based upon the fact that our body is falling downhill quite a distance from what we were at one time. Adam and Eve had the DNA, had the ability, had the cells to live past 900 years. And so did Methuselah and so forth. And we lost it pretty rapidly after the flood when men went from 600 down to 400. But to enumerate specifically, their teeth were better. They had what we would call taurodont molars. Taurodont means bull-like, which are much longer lasting molars, sort of like a radial tire compared to the old-fashioned tire. It's a modern type of tire, it can go 50,000 or so miles. The taurodont molar was a bull-like tooth that could repair itself inside and I believe outside as well. I believe they had a stronger saliva, which I document in the book, and I believe they had some sort of enamel repair based upon my calculations of enamel wear rates, which we don't have today. I think the baby molars also, which we know were taurodont, also lasted a long time. Now, why would baby molars have to last a long time unless they stayed in the mouth for many, many years? In ours today, most children lose their baby molars by the time they're 12 or 13 years of age. We have occasionally some that are retained when there's no permanent tooth under it, and they can go into the 20s. But Neanderthal child seemed to hold on to these baby teeth. It's called protracted eruption. Developed late, wore for a long time, and lost them in the late 20s and early 30s. And this is a fact that I've discovered. So therefore, we know the teeth are better. We know from our cave explorations, and I've done some of this myself, that when these early caves were discovered in France, some of them had crystalline white walls with beautiful paintings on these walls. Now, these were deep caves, and they were pitch black inside, very, very dark. And for these people, light meant fire, and fire usually always means smoke. Therefore, you have a wall that's painted with colors on a white background and no smoke. We must postulate that they had better eyes. Alexander Marshak from Harvard University wrote a whole book on the eyes of Upper Paleolithic man, not realizing that Upper Paleolithic, Middle Paleolithic, and Lower Paleolithic are probably all the very same time period. But he showed that there are microscopic carvings that we today cannot read without a very powerful magnifying glass or microscope. When I became a Christian in 1975, I had this interest in the scriptures from the standpoint of speaking with Dr. Francis Schaeffer. He had explained that when man fell, everything around man fell. Everything that man had dominion over fell at the same time. And mankind had been going through this progressive fall, as Paul describes in Romans. My initial response to that was we should be seeing it in humans. I immediately put two and two together. I was seeing it in my office. The fall, of course, meaning that children were maturing quicker and quicker. I looked in Genesis 11 and I saw the ages of the men in Genesis, that they aged quite rapidly as compared, Genesis 11 compared to, say, the early chapters of Genesis before the flood. And then I said that I needed to do more work in anthropology. I had a lot of experience in graduate school on study of teeth and bones. And as a new Christian, I wanted to be able to investigate this subject on a deeper level. I was not always a creationist. And then I realized that there were very few places that would accept evolution in the scriptures, especially in Genesis. Actually, there was no place to put Genesis. I realized that there couldn't be death before sin, the actual physical death. I realized that there couldn't be any blood in the ground, because the blood in the ground that would have been there in the early chapters of Genesis, say Genesis 1, would have been called very good by God. And that would have been a complete contradiction, because when Cain murdered Abel later on, he didn't seem to like that very much. And he said, the voice of your brother's blood is crying to me from the ground. Therefore, that wasn't so good. And why was this early blood good? So there was a complete dichotomy there. And I started to put two and two together. It came up with some theories, not knowing how they would test out based upon my actual observing of these things. But then, of course, the fossil record provided the answers.
All right, go ahead and pause it so we don't get hit with
Neanderthals, as it turned out, have the most.
Yeah. So far, it seems like he believes in Neanderthal. To me.
No. You haven't let him get on. He just said that children are developing faster and faster. And if you watch it later on, he starts to talk about how back then children were developing slower. And with the rate that children are developing at that speed, then you could see a slow progression downhill from the Neanderthal to the modern human. But he says Neanderthal were modern human. But I didn't want to get ahead like that. I just wanted it to.
Well, you'd see, you could understand.
And then there's no copyright here, mate.
Claims.
This has been on my channel for a couple of years or a few years. And so no copyright, mate. So can play.
Oh, good. That's good. Well, I mean, yeah, well, let's just stop there and talk about it. I mean, let's look at the Scully's guy here in front of us. You know, it's fragmentary at best. There's not much of a face to it. You know, they glued these pieces to a frame, a specialized frame. As far as his claim from adolescent Neanderthal to adult, I don't think there's nearly enough evidence to claim anything about that. I think that
yes, he does. He talks about the science behind it. He's a professor. He's got
and he has citations from Human Evolution. He has citations from Human Evolution professors and. Yeah, I know.
No, he's not an evolutionist. He's a creationist.
I know. That much is obvious.
But he used to be an evolutionist. He talks about that.
I can tell that too. So it's obvious that he's a creationist. What I'm saying is it's also obvious that he believes in Neanderthal and that they're different from modern human. He believes that they're different from modern human. Right?
He doesn't believe they're different. If you watch the video, he explains later on that he says they're exactly the same. They're just, anyway, he says they're exactly the same. They're just modern humans. If you watch the video,
you understand.
So you're right now.
No,
I don't want to fast forward to it. I don't want to because I want to play the video, mate, because the video is
I didn't say fast forward or anything. I mean, we'll watch the whole video. What I'm just saying is that he's claiming that the adolescent.
Yes, no, he's not. If you'd let him go on, he's not claiming that. He says later on that they're just modern humans.
Okay.
If you watch it, you'll see. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, so he's claiming that the juveniles of these develop slower, right? From adolescents to adults.
Let's just get it from him. It's not gonna. It's.
I mean, that's what he already said. He was looking at the dental arcade, right? But do you understand that from robust humans? If you were to find a robust human, a larger human being, a larger human child, they could claim that they develop slower because they're larger. Do you dig what I mean?
No. You watch what he says. Just
Yeah,
watch
okay.
what he said.
All right.
Watch watch what he said. They're actually smaller. They're actually smaller. At the same age, Neanderthal children were actually smaller than children of today. So if you just watch it, you'd see.
If you believe in
He
that
totally
kind of
proves,
thing,
he totally proves with this that they were just modern humans and we've just degraded from them. Totally. And breaking it up for so long between points that people will forget what the original point was that he was making. And anyway, but let him get on. You watch. And so
All
he
right.
backs you up in the long run.
If he doesn't believe in Neanderthal, yeah.
Largest number of fossils in the world. They're scattered around the world, and they're more Neanderthals than any other fossil. And just to make a quick note about this, fossils
Like, do you believe that
themselves should be
skull?
fossilized? They should
Come
have
on. That skull is like a joke. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Okay. The things to keep growing, the main things to keep growing as you grow, and this is scientific fact. This is proven fact. This is not like a theory. Is your eyebrow, your ears, and your nose. They were the things as you age. If you could live to say 200 years or 300 years, your brow ridge would look like that.
There's
It will
people
keep
that have
growing.
brow ridges that look like
Never
that
stops
now.
growing. Yes. No, not that
Huh?
protruded.
No.
Not
Oh.
I've seen that. I've seen that Russian guy or whatever he is. I've seen all. I've got hundreds of photos, man. I got photos of Aboriginals with massive brow ridges, massive ones, but not
Sure.
like a Neanderthal. If you put skin on some of those Neanderthal skulls, the brow ridge would be
Which
a lot.
ones? Which skull, though?
Would be
You
a
know what I
lot
mean?
bigger.
Like, look at this skull right here.
Yeah, I know,
This
but
is
you
probably
can't
one of
get
the best examples.
you can't get a comparison because you can't actually hold it in real time and see it and see the size of the brow ridge.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, look at this skull. Like, do you
Mhm.
realize that this is a lie?
Yeah, just let him. Let him.
look
I know.
at it.
Okay,
It's
just
all
let him
fragmentary.
explain and get to his point. Because if we keep
How many
breaking it up,
pieces? How many pieces of skull do you think make up that skull?
yeah, probably lots. But let's just let him explain what
Okay.
he's got. Because if we keep breaking it all the time like this, like stopping it every minute or so, people are going to forget the last point he made, and then he goes on to other points, and he eventually gets to it. It just takes a while. But
Well, his
just let
point was that Neanderthal are different than humans.
No, okay.
So
We'll
far.
let him. You haven't seen his conclusions yet. You
Okay,
haven't seen
you're right.
anything of the
I'm just saying he
science.
doesn't think what I think.
He goes on with the science. He talks about the science. He gives references. He worked at universities as all sorts of. He's got all sorts of qualifications. He gives references. He, in the end, like I said, he says they were just modern humans. But if you want to let him finish, he'll
Sure.
get there. It's we don't need to keep talking about this because this just says it all. It eventually gets there. It's just
All right, play on. Then.
He's just saying
You're good.
Neanderthal because if he did a video and put a video out there and he said, okay, these are just modern humans, they're not Neanderthal, they're nothing like this, and this is just a composite skull, and no one would ever watch it, no one would ever take any notice of what he said, and
Why?
anything like that. He has to get papers published in the evolutionary community as well.
Oh, sure.
He's had lots of papers published, but he's a creationist, and he's not. He's a young Earth creationist, by the way. He's a YEC. He's not an old Earth creationist. He's not a theistic
Glad to
evolutionist
hear
either. Okay, so here we go. let's get on to it and just.
I know a lot of young Earth creationists believe in Neanderthal and hominids, for that matter.
Yeah, I don't
Ridiculous.
believe in. I only say Neanderthal because it's a lot easier than going on a great big long explanation. All I say to people is Neanderthal was fully human, and when I
Right.
say they find Neanderthal DNA in humans today, 20%, up to 20% in a large percentage of the population of the Asian population, then that basically tells you that I am saying Neanderthal are 100% human. Because how could they have 20% of the Neanderthal DNA today? So I am literally saying that. I am
They
not
match
saying
exactly.
I am saying that they are modern humans, and you keep saying that I'm not, and he's saying it. He's only saying Neanderthal to save a lot of explaining. This video would be an hour and a half long instead of 25 minutes long if he explained every creationist idea.
You know what we're going to do?
He's
I'm going to have to
explaining
take
it
out
time.
every single Neanderthal claim, which will fit on my hand.
Okay. You can do that later or pick it apart.
No, I know, but
on
with the
video.
comparison, like with the Lucy comparison,
Let's just watch
I got to
this.
make a comparison for these Neanderthal because it's time to expose Neanderthal. Because people think
it's
there's all
modern
these
human. Everyone
Neanderthals.
knows
It really
that.
is.
Look, Mate, I showed you an article from Secular Science that are now saying that they believe that Denisovan and Neanderthal were fully modern human. I just told you that. There's
Well, yeah,
secular
from the
evolutionists that are saying that are backing you up, and this guy, if you let him get there, he will back you up and say exactly what you're saying, but you're not going to let him get there.
all
It's
right,
going to
all
take
right, you're right.
another 2 hours
Play
just
on.
to get through 25 minutes, and that's what usually happens with these things.
Play
When you
on,
stop
play
walking,
on, play on.
it takes forever. Just mute.
Certain
and what?
percentage of the bone composed of stone minerals. And yet the Neanderthals that I observed and x-rays had very little fossilization in the bones at all, which means they weren't very old. There's only one completely fossilized or almost totally fossilized skull, and it wasn't really Neanderthal. It was from Broken Hill in Zambia. But the Neanderthals comprise around 500 skeletons, not complete, of course, 500 individuals. They count very funny, and I talk about this in the book. But 12 complete skeletons out of those 500, and they're supposed to cover 200,000 years. And I don't think any of that matches up, because to have that few number of skeletons for 200,000 years doesn't make any sense.
And what did you hope to accomplish with this study?
Well, my goals were to determine the ages, the chronological ages of these individuals. There are dental ages.
See the modern human
skeletal
jaw
ages,
beside it?
chronological ages, and that follows through for mankind.
Sure,
at this
yeah.
point in time as well. And I had a feeling that there was some contradictory evidence in the fossil record because of the fact that Neanderthals had these very strange looking heads, and they were far down the line from the early apes. And so there must have been some reason for this configuration or characters of the cranium of the Neanderthals. For instance, the large brow ridges, the very forward face.
He's critiquing evolutionists at the moment. He's not
eye-openers,
saying he believes that.
the protrusion of the teeth, the flatness of the chins. All of these things seem to have a reason. And as it turned out, some clues came from modern American research on aging in adults as to what these characters actually were. You see, if man lived to 200, 300, 400, 500 years, perhaps even more, as we see in the early part of Genesis, in post-flood times, Shem was 600 years of age. If man lived this long, would his head then reflect the changes that we see in a very minor form in our adults? And I thought that this study would be fruitful, because if these skulls existed, they must be somewhere. The same kind of changes that take place in our adult skulls are the changes that we would call today Neanderthalization. The actual sizes of the skulls, and I didn't realize this until I came upon a Neanderthal quote-unquote teenager in Berlin. Now, this served as our base. I had already studied 4 Neanderthal children, found them to be changed and manipulated so they didn't show immaturity, but they were very immature. They aged very, very slowly. Then when I came to the adults, I realized
Notice how he
that the
exposed them and
adults
said they were
had
changed and
certain
manipulated?
characteristics in their skulls that would look very much like we would look if we lived to say 300 to 400 years. The University of Michigan had some data that I gave to my son-in-law at the University of Texas, a PhD there at this point now, previously working on it. And Brian took this material and extrapolated it out from Michigan, longitudinal study on adults living from their 20s and 30s into their 80s. And what it turned out to be, and you'll see this in the book, that if we lived to the great old ages of the people in the Bible lived to, we would look very much like.
Ooh, go back.
And
Go
it
back
worked
5
out that
seconds
the
or
measurements
10 seconds.
from the lower jaw measurements, the tooth measurements.
There was
the
a shot of
protrusion of the protrusion of the
quote. It said,
jaws, the protrusion of the and the slope of the
creationists can
anterior part
stump
of
an
the face,
evolutionist in
and the
5 minutes or
processes above
something
the
by
eyes,
asking them the definition of
brow
species.
ridges.
And we can talk about this because this is important. This comparison. Yeah. So you've got you know, his head looks bigger than that guy's head. You know what I mean? Hey, So is his jaw. You dig it? But it's the same case here, you know. Hey, that guy's jaw's bigger than hers. Does that mean they evolved from each other or even related? No. You know what I mean? It's the same idea, man. It's just they're using the variation of humankind to tell their narrative. And they've got some more robust human remains that they've discovered. And these get classified as Neanderthal. That's how I see it. Now, what you got to understand is even that skull in the middle, like, they're not finding whole skulls. Every one of these is a fabrication.
With the mutation rates of today and how fast we're going downhill today, all those skulls are modern humans, all of them. Every single one of them is a modern human. And when we count the mutation rates, like I told you, in the mitochondria, in one arm or section of the mitochondrial DNA, they found the mutation rates, and they found that calculated exactly up to, like, modern humans have more. So we've gone downhill when mutations are bad. So we've got more bad mutations than them, way more. And the time frame fits for the flood and stuff like that. So that's what I'm telling you. And we've gone downhill. We used to be bigger, stronger, and smarter in the past. And also, if you lived hundreds of years old, if you could, like, if you believe the Bible says that people lived hundreds of years old, your skull keeps growing, your brow ridge keeps growing, your ears keep growing, and your nose keeps growing. Okay? So this is, and if you let him get to his conclusions, he will eventually, and I'm telling you, he blows it out of the water. But I just want to let him. I don't want to. Hang on. Let's just go on from here.
No, he was saying there's 12 different skulls or 12 different skeletons, because these will be the skeletons we're going to want to get photos of. Earlier on, he was talking about.
Well, we can work that out
the
later.
Lack of evidence. Like, he was even talking about the lack of evidence for the Neanderthal. You know what I mean?
He said that the skulls were deliberately misshapen to look older than they really were, and he spotted that. He exposed them with that, just like what Lovejoy did with the ilium of on the pelvis of Lucy, and so on and so forth. So he's exposing them. So let's let him get to his conclusion.
They're misshaping the skulls. You know, this is purposefully done. What they're doing is they're gluing fragments.
Look it up. It's scientific fact that your skull keeps growing as you age. It's scientific fact that your brow ridge keeps growing as you age. If you could live to hundreds of years old, your brow ridge would keep growing, your skull would keep growing. And if you believe the Bible, that those people were just people that were hundreds of years old, right? Very old people.
And what I'm saying is, like, you've seen the brow ridges across human variation across humankind right now. You know what I mean?
Blow your
like,
mind.
there's no reason.
Photos.
There's no reason to believe that these are even of individuals of extreme age, but instead just individuals that were robust. You know, a robust person. You dig what I mean? So they don't even have to necessarily be these 700-year-old patriarchs from Genesis. You know, which would be a pretty rare find to find as a fossil. You know. Especially come pre-flood. Okay. So for me, it's like it makes a lot more sense that these are just normal human remains.
That's exactly what he says in the end, if you let him get there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Play on. I'm just putting my opinion out there.
No, I understand, but he's everything you're saying, you're just repeating what he's going to say over and over.
Well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Then
let's
predictions.
I know this thing off by heart, so let's watch it to the end and then let him talk about this stuff, and then we can.
Hitler said, "If you tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and often enough, the people will believe it." That's familiar sounding.
That's true. Anyway,
there you go.
Right. Anyway, so here we go. This is just like everything you're talking about, he eventually gets to. Like he goes through everything. It's 25-minute long video. We're only 9 minutes in. It's still got like 16 minutes, 17 minutes to go. So
that's great. That's great. Well, this is the analysis. Let's do it.
the University of Texas, a PhD there at this point now, previously working on it. And Brian took this material and extrapolated it out from Michigan, a longitudinal study on adults living.
This is a scientist who's a son that works at a university that did this study. That's before we stopped it. That's what he said.
From their 20s and 30s into their 80s. And what it turned out to be,
And there's that quote I was
that
looking
if
for.
we live to the great old ages that the people in the Bible lived to, we would look very much like the Neanderthals. And it worked out that the measurements from the lower jaw measurements, the tooth measurements, the protrusion of the teeth, the protrusion of the jaws, the protrusion of the, and the slope of the anterior part of the face, and the processes above the eyes, the brow ridges, and the various shapes and sizes that I've measured, all turned out to reflect this great age. From the Neanderthal teenager, supposedly, which I believe to be in his 30s actually, to the men that I think are at least 250 to 350 perhaps older, like La Chapelle aux Saints and La Forêt number 1 from France. These are the classic Neanderthals. This is the typical picture of a very, very ancient person who lived to an old age. The bones in the face and the head never stop growing. Our long bones get thicker, not much taller. We don't grow in height. They do grow in thickness, the compact bone, but the bones of the face are very unique as well. A lot of things take place, and they continuously grow as long as we live. You have a hat, and it fits you at age 25, and you'd like to try it on now, then you'll see that it probably won't fit at this age that you're at this present time. After a few days in France, visiting some caves and doing some exploring around, we decided to go right to the Musée de l'Homme in Paris. The very first skull I picked up was a little Neanderthal child called Pêche de l'Oise, or Pêche de l'Oise. He was supposed to be about 2.5 years old, and his teeth were not supposed to go together in what we call occlusion. They were not supposed to meet properly, and the jaw was not supposed to go into the hinge point. And I had a book in front of me that Dr. Krugman had given me with a description of this skull in it and pictures of the skull. And I held the skull in my hand, put the teeth together in occlusion, and wondered if I did something wrong, because the teeth fit together properly. Not only did they fit together properly, in this new position, the whole face looked very, very small. Then I thought back to my agreement with Dr. Copin, so that I would hand
He just exposed them again.
in all my
Yeah, I see
duplicate
that
X-rays.
as far as the
for my work.
misshaping of the skulls or intentionally misshaping the
And he's
skulls.
constantly exposing them all the way through this, and he's been there, seen it, been in the universities, been to the fossil labs, held the things in his hands, studied them, measured them. You know, he's a scientist. He's got, you know, many, many degrees. He's not
Sure.
an idiot. Anyway, let's go.
And you see here, I
Museum
mean,
that
just
week.
also
And he
to
used
say
to be
that-
an evolutionist, and this is what convinced him to be a creationist, basically.
yeah. But also to say here is that it's the most complete. Now, this is in 1982, the most complete postcranial Neanderthal skeleton was discovered. You know what I mean? So you have the body, you
Yeah.
have the spinal column, the sacrum, you know, the whole pelvis, basically, you know, and a mandible, I see. Okay. That's the most complete Neanderthal skeleton.
Yes, that's right. But okay, and
So
he just explained.
it's like the evidence for these things is so lacking.
He
I just
just
wanted to point that out,
explained.
so.
He just explained the processes of how your skull grows. He said when you're 25 and you're trying a hat when you're 60 or 70, it won't fit you because your skull's grown. And you're trying a hat all your life. He said, and that's what he said in this, that your skull and your brow ridge and it just keeps growing and growing and growing. As long as you live, it never stops growing. And if people
Sure.
live to old ages, and he showed the comparison of the human skull with the outline of the human skull against the Neanderthal skull, and he said if people live to old ages, this is the sort of skull growth and growth basically in the skull that you would expect to see at current rates of today, of what we see today. If a person today could live that long, he said that's what their skull would end up looking like. But here we go. Let's go on.
So what my
And
point is basically if the skulls are all misshapen, you know what I
But
mean?
they're not misshapen
Intentionally.
because because the
Then
human
the
skull
shape
keeps
of the
growing.
skull doesn't matter because it's just a conglomeration.
No, the skull keeps. This is what the point. They've got brow ridges, like whole brow ridges. They might have put the rest of the skull together, but they've got complete brow ridges. So they know the brow ridges were large, right? And they know that these things were from Neanderthals, right? They got DNA out of them, so they damn well know. 70% of the bones are not fossilized, so they know. Right? There's no, oh, it might be this or it might be that or it might have been from an ape or it might have been, no, it's from a Neanderthal, okay, or a modern human. But it's a lot easier to say Neanderthal because if I have to
Is
explain
it?
it's a modern human, but we're trying to explain things to evolutionists and convert people from believing in this ridiculous stuff. And if we
Well, I
talk,
mean, then
all we're
say
doing
what
is saying that
what
Neanderthals are
you
modern
know.
humans. We're saying that calling them Neanderthal because it's just easier and more convenient than constant. If he had to explain every single time he said Neanderthal, the creationist, and then he'd have to explain the
Then
evolutionists for you,
people
so
might
they
actually
wouldn't lose
understand what
track.
you
So
mean.
they wouldn't lose track. So the evolutionists that are watching wouldn't lose track. He'd have to. The video would be 2 hours long or 3 hours long. Like he's saving time.
It would
Just
be
let him.
simple. It'd be simple.
But let him. No, it wouldn't be. Let him get to his. He's already said. He's already exposed them that they've misshapen the skulls. Like you said on the pelvis, on Lucy's pelvis, he's already exposed them. He's already said on many
No,
occasions that they're young, that they're just modern humans. He's already said it.
sure.
So
Sure.
basically, but he's just talking in terms to anyway. Okay, just let him get to his conclusions, and you'll see. I can't sit up all night, man. I got to get out to my dogs and stuff like that. And this is still
All
got.
right.
This is
Yeah,
still
let
got
it
like
play.
a long
Let
time
it
to
play,
go.
man.
All right.
I just wanted to add my 2 cents, you know.
And I thought I was going to be in a lot of trouble if I readjusted the position of these jaws. But having truth as one of my basic presuppositions, I decided I had to do this and put it in the correct occlusion. After all, if I was an orthodontist and I didn't know how teeth went together, I'm in big trouble. I mean, I was doing that for quite a while. So I did. And
You do realize that he's putting the skull together the right way, not the misshapen way that the evolutionists put it together the evolutionists put it together to make it look older and more ape-like. And he's putting it together and he said he's an orthodontist. He should know how teeth go together. So he puts it together. When he puts it together, it looks like just a young modern human child. So anyway, let's let him go and get there.
this went on. This was not just the first skull this happened to. The next skull was an adult called La Chapelle Sans, I'd mentioned before, the very, very old man. And I did this as well, put the teeth in proper occlusion.
There's your
I only
deer.
had 2 of them that were in occlusion. But each time I found that what they had done is adjusted the skull, the lower jaw particularly, so that this individual looked more ape-like or more mature as far as the children are concerned. And so what they were trying to do, it seemed to me, was to hide this immaturity.
Did you hear that?
What's
Did you hear
that?
what he just said? Did you hear what he just said?
I don't know. I was just thinking to myself about how it's always bone flutes and then that little deer running that they
let's
show
just
for
go back to
evidence. It's
just
always
quickly.
the same
I'm going to go
evidence.
back quickly before we lose the point. I don't want to lose the point. Let's go back. I want to hear what he said.
Sure.
Particularly, so that this individual looked more ape-like or more mature.
Wow, hang on, I'm
as
going to
far
go
as
back
the
a little
children
bit
are
more.
concerned.
A little bit more.
So
It's
what
at
they were trying to do, it
12:43.
seemed to me.
Go back here.
So I did, and this went on. This was not just the first skull this happened to. The next skull was an adult called La Chapelle Sans, I'd mentioned before, the very, very old man. And I did this as well, put the teeth in proper occlusion. He only had 2 of them that were in occlusion. But each time I found that what they had done is adjusted the skull, the lower jaw particularly, so that this individual looked more ape-like or more mature as far as the children are concerned. And so what they were trying to do, it seemed to me, was to hide this immaturity, as Paul says in Romans, to suppress the truth in unrighteousness. I saw it all right before my eyes, and I trembled. And then, of course, we had a lot of problems getting out of France, and we had a lot, as the book describes, there was a chase. We locked ourselves a number of times in rooms to avoid the different people that were trying to take these x-rays back from us. It would be nice if science was open like everyone thinks it is. But in the world of anthropology, there's such things as political reconstructions, as Dr. Alan Walker would say from Penn State, or there are such things as just reconstructions due to your presuppositions. The Bible says, as a man thinks, so he is. As a person thinks within himself, so he will adjust certain bones to fit the needs of the hour or the evolutionary presuppositions that he believes in. So if you believe that these particular people were advanced,
I had to go get my dog out, so I'll be back. This is going to play for a while, and I'll
All
be
right.
back. I already know. I've seen it
Yeah,
like
those were
15
some
times.
great shots of Lucy there. That was good.
Yeah. He said that they deliberately arranged the jaws the wrong way. They put the teeth together the wrong way to make them look ape-like. And when he put them
Sure.
together as an orthodontist, he put them together the right way that they looked more human. And he said he should know because he's a thing. Anyway, I got to let this play. I got to get my dogs out, man. They've been waiting.
Yeah, that's the kind of
in relation to modern man.
meddling we've come to expect. That's
Yeah.
what we've come to expect from paleoanthropologists, is this kind of disingenuous research.
My
So-
dogs are really old, and they can't just like it's already been an hour that they've been.
Yeah,
waiting
take
to
them
go.
out, man. Hit play and take them.
I got to
Hit
play.
play.
All right.
I thought you were already.
As an ape would be advanced, say an ape is twice as rapid in development as modern men are in development, then you would adjust the fossils to show that. One of the things I believe they knew was that the biblical basis for growth was a slower development back in time in history. Because if you lived 500 to 600 years, you didn't have a childhood of 12 to 13 years. It was obvious. Many people have said this. And of course, the Bible, as I mentioned before, talks about people who matured in Genesis 11 in the vicinity of 30 years of age. So what I was working with was a child that had developed very late and kept his baby teeth very long. And they did everything in their power to try to keep this material from being known. I didn't realize this until I went on to Great Britain and the British Museum, and I saw this in Gibraltar II skull. Then I went to the Angus skull in Belgium, and I saw the very same thing. And then I was super astonished in Berlin when I saw Le Moustier, a French Neanderthal teenager, that they had made into the most ape-like reconstruction you can possibly imagine. It was incredible. The skull was constructed totally of plastic in the case downstairs in the museum. It looked
No
nothing
doubt.
at all like the real pieces of skull and the bones as I put them together upstairs in the laboratory. And you'll see this in the book. And the license which they had in order to do this, because basically they believe that there isn't anyone else that's really checking them. And whatever they say, people are going to take for granted as being truthful. And in a way, our American high school teachers and American college professors have never seen this kind of subterfuge and never would believe it happened unless someone is able to document it in a book like this. And I hope I have been able to. So we don't take this hook, line, and sinker and accept it as truth. For our political reconstructions, they are playing games with us. I heard it in the British Museum. They think we know nothing and they laugh. And I think this book is going to prove otherwise. This is not just a book of words. As my son Joshua would say, this is a book of pictures. Of course, there's a lot of theory in it, but the pictures tell the story. The pictures show how these skulls have been adjusted to hide the biblical immaturity. Some of these skulls scream immaturity. Some of these skulls, for instance, the Zambian skull screams out disease. This has all been suppressed. There was this actual skull that we use for our cover of this book called the Laquina number 5. And where the chin was actually chopped off and sawed off. I was in the lab the day the man actually did this. And this was to give it a more ape-like appearance. So what I am saying, and it's
Sawing
with tears,
chins
it's not
off.
because
That's
I'm
not
happy to
nice.
be able
That's
to
not
find
good.
all this. This is with great tears that I'm finding this. Because for too long, the American public, the public of the world, has been fooled that this science of paleoanthropology tells the truth all the time. Now, I'm not condemning every single one of them. There are some honest men out there. What I am saying is that too many times no one checks up on what they have. And as I said before, as a man thinks, so he is. So they will adjust the fossils to their belief system that they hold inside their minds. They come into the laboratory with a preset notion of what these bones should look like. And then, of course, if they don't look like that, they'll adjust them in such a manner as they can within certain boundaries to be able to put them into that position. And I found this in 4 museums with the 4 Neanderthal children from Angus, Moustier, Pech d'Oz, and Gibraltar II. And then with La Chapelle aux Sens, they adjusted the jaw so it didn't look basically the posterior position or the backward position. What that means is they made the Neanderthal children have larger faces because they contended that age for age, Neanderthal should look larger for their size, for each of the size of their heads. And this makes each one of them look protruded or more ape-like, and of course more mature. And that led to the problem of us never discovering, or anyone never knowing, that there was immaturity in the fossil record amongst Neanderthals. These were post-flood men who lived to long ages. Their heads became very strange looking. Their bones all started to distort. They had arthritis. They didn't have rickets or syphilis that has been reported, but they had basically the diseases that you receive when you live a long time, which is primarily arthritis. But their heads changed dramatically because all heads change as we age. And believe me, if you could have seen Noah at age 600 or 700, he would have looked exactly like a Neanderthal. Not only that, could they speak, they had all the necessary anatomy in order to speak and communicate properly and develop. And I think that basically their physical makeup of their bodies were far beyond what we would ever possibly think about today. They lived these ages naturally. If we get to 100, we've done it because of antibiotics. We've done it because of modern medical and technology care. I can go back to a discovery in Griswold, Connecticut. There was a group of burials in a large sand pit in Griswold, Connecticut that was discovered. And in it, there was a particular coffin with brass tacks on it. There was no headstone on this individual coffin, near the coffin. And what he had was a little, I believe it was a boy, we're not 100% sure, was the words NB, the initials NB, age 13 on the coffin. When the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology decided to do a study on these children, and this is the only one they actually had a chronological date for, that he was that old, they took this material down to Washington, and it scared them to death, because when I went down there to look at it, little NB age 13, quote unquote, around 16, late 16, early 1700s, turned out to be, by our modern dental standards, around 9.5 to 10 years of age. Meaning this, that a child of the 1700s did in 13 years what it takes our child today only 9.5 to 10 years to do. So that little child was slow developing, and he was early American history. Now, if we just extrapolate back into time and think about what perhaps Neanderthal, how they developed, and why they developed that way, it becomes a very biblical story. It fits right in with the scriptures. Man being created perfect, and then falling after the sin in the Garden of Eden, and then God saying, from dust you came, unto dust you shall return. And everyone started to die gradually, and each generation went downhill from that point on. And our systems became sort of inoperational. And as modern science came in and technology came in, we began to prop ourselves up again. And now we think we're doing something really great by living to 75 or 80 years of age. And where in reality, that's very much an artificial number. I was trained in the study of growth and development of bones of the face and the head. An orthodontist can do nothing with a child, or with an adult for that matter, unless he knows how the shape of the bones are going to affect his treatment. And is the bone itself going to help us as we go on in our treatment, or is it going to be fighting against us? We need to know that. So we need to be able to make predictions of growth in children. So our bony studies, anatomical studies in physical anatomy of the skull and the face was very extensive, not only in dental school, but in graduate school of orthodontics. And then we use the cephalometric x-ray, which is an amazing tool. It takes the head of either a live person or a fossil and puts it in a standardized position. From that point, we can x-ray it, and we will get no distortions if it is adjusted properly in the cephalostat, which is the holder. Then we can compare it to modern standards, and that's exactly what I did. I just applied what I do in my office every day and what every orthodontist does that's in the American Association of Orthodontists. They take children and x-ray them and then apply standards to those children to see how they're growing, and I did this to the fossils. As a matter of fact, this very first little Neanderthal child that I studied turned out to be smaller than in his face, not in his cranium. There's two sections to the head. The face is one, and the cranium, the upper part of the head, is the other. Smaller in his face than even a modern 1-year-old. He was sort of about the size of a child in the uterus. His face was very, very, very tiny. I found out from that this child would have taken a lot longer to mature to a Neanderthal teenager than anyone would have ever thought, because of that tiny little face. or he was the most rapidly developing child on the face of this earth. So
Yeah,
there's
see
either two
that
choices.
skull.
Either this child grew at rates beyond anything we
Pieced
know of,
together
and beyond even the apes, which are 2 times as
fragments.
fast.
Oh my goodness.
These rates would have to be 4 or 5 times faster, perhaps.
That body
He
didn't
said-
fit.
He said that. He said about it being pieced together and
Sure,
and
sure. No, I know.
deliberately
I
making
know. I was
it
just saying.
like he's he,
How was your walk, brother? Was that good? I got Sandy C in the
just
chat.
having a drink at the moment, so you can probably hear it
And
drinking.
Ozzy Gold. Ozzy Gold's in the chat. Hey, Ozzy Gold. Sandy C, what's up?
Anyway, it hasn't got long to go, so I'll just keep playing it, watch the end, and then we'll finish this.
Yeah. Play on, brother. Play on.
Okay.
Even more for this child to reach the teenage size. And then for the teenager, supposedly, which I've calculated to be around 30 years old, to grow into an adult, some of his measurements would have had to go to 8 to 10 to 12 times faster than modern man just to get to that size. So we're at the point where we must say to the scientific world, either we're looking at the world's fastest growth rates or a very, very long period of time in between these stages of development. What we have not had as a general knowledge in this country is the knowledge that we're going downhill. And that's what I want to provide, because it is the source of all mankind's problems. Paul outlines it very well in Romans. We're all suffering the slavery to decay. And it's a gradual process. But our body is gradually, it can adapt to these various circumstances. Modern science is holding us up, but we're going downhill. That should probably be one of the big contributions, because if we can look at mankind as this, we can go backwards into history, look at animals as more complex, look at mankind as more complex, and study ancient enzymes. As I've mentioned in the book, my son John studies enzymes, but he's written a part of the back of the book for me. He's a PhD.
Ooh, pause it.
MIT.
Ooh,
And
pause
what
it.
he has said to me, he said, Dad, these
Beautiful. Look at that. So they got that skull from those few fragments on the right. It's just like the Australopithecine, man. Like they're fabricating these things.
Yeah, that's like. But when he said he got skulls with, he must have had a lot of pull, because he had access to the actual skulls in the archives, right? And he said he put them together he must have pulled them apart.
You know what? I bet you he has the bone clones from Bone Clones or one of the other sites that
He
provide
He said that he had access to them. He said in the during this thing, he said that he had actual access to the actual skulls in the actual, suppositories or whatever they depository. Not suppositories.
Maybe. I mean, I'd imagine usually like all these researchers are using the clones, and they're not using the original finds because they're afraid of them messing up. But he must have some pull if they're letting him touch the originals.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
And he's obviously getting the original and then making maybe casts and then putting it together. You know what I mean? From that, or he's because there'd be a lot of cases where they have the skull but like piece it together but then leave it in pieces. You know what I mean? And he would have been able to reconstruct each piece and then exactly as it was and then put it back together. Or maybe he just, I think he said he even took apart some of the skulls, and put them back together for himself. But being a torodontist or orthodontist or whatever he was, and a scientist as well, that like a full, like not just your average, orthodontist sort of thing. And he said if he couldn't put it back together, and when he put it back together properly, that they look more human-like. And he said they were deliberately putting them together where the teeth didn't fit properly to make them appear more ape-like. And so anyway, this hasn't got long to go. Let's go on with it. Yeah,
basically they're giving you a filtered narrative. The research they present, it's filtered, it's tailored to their narrative, and that's what you get from the paleoanthropological community. These discoveries, the articles written surrounding them, the measurements taken, they're all of things that have been glued together incorrectly. And when you take measurements of things that are glued together incorrectly, made from just several fragments of skull, this whole skull imagined from fragments, you're going to get the wrong end result, So that's all I had to add.
I'm just having some Tic Tacs.
And there you go.
Oh, I've got a drink out there. I've got a
green or orange.
not
Is it green or
alcohol.
orange?
Drink a nice raspberry drink that I made. I'm not raspberry, blackberry. Blackberry.
Hey, you gotta stay fresh. And Tic Tacs, they're handy.
Blackberry juice and lemon juice, homemade cordial with real blackberries. Anyway,
Ooh,
picked from the vine.
tasty.
All right, yeah, let's go.
Onward and upward.
Better, much more efficient than the enzymes we have today. And so what we're looking at are enzymes, we're looking at eyes, we're looking at teeth, we're looking at larger brain, we're looking at stronger muscles, better bone, just a lot of better things. And what we have seen now is that the process, at least I've seen it from time of Neanderthals to modern man at this point, is that the body has gone in this downhill position and we're sliding pretty fast, as evidenced by the rapid maturation of our children. Start to question a lot of the evolutionary presuppositions because it does color and cause them to change, the evolutionists to change the evidence. So we're not working with the exact same evidence. If evidence were presented to us as it really truly is, and not without the bias, not without the interpretation and the twist,
That's
they
the
put on
Star
it,
Child
then
skull there.
perhaps we could come to some conclusions that might lead us
Pause
towards the
that
mind
one.
of God and not away from the mind of God. Too often
Ooh.
children are led away from the mind of God.
Jason. Yeah.
Is that the one?
Those
Is
are-
that one you want?
Yeah, I mean these are the Peruvian skulls here.
Yep.
The one before that was the Star Child skull. And you can get a cast of
Can we go back
this.
to the Star Child skull.
Oh no,
Sorry,
no,
I mean,
that's good. This is a good one too. This is another skull. I don't know if this is Star Child, but it's these elongated skulls. They're pretty interesting. They're not necessarily Neanderthals, you know what I mean? So
Yep, that's right.
Sandy C's asking if this is from Raw Matt from his channel.
Let's see what he says. About
All right.
yeah. This is from. It says there, YEC channel.
Oh,
I mean,
there
it
you
was Raw Matt originally, and now then he changed the name to YEC, Young Earth Creation. And this has been on my channel for years. I can go and take any video I want off his channel and upload it to my channel. But anyway, let's okay, let's go. Let's see what he says about this.
In the school systems of the United States, because they're not allowed to even see the true evidence. And that's what I hope this book, I'd like to see this book in the hands of many children so they can take this into their teachers and say, look, this is what it really looks like. What do you think about this? Bible says we lived a long time. We look in the fossil record, and guess what? We actually find people who lived a long time. Now, for years, no one's ever known this. They've been there. They're in the drawers. No one's ever brought them out and said, hey, what do they look like? Do they look like we would have looked like if we lived to be 500 years of age? And it's true. They do. They look very much the same. Now, we've done that from computer studies on aging people in our generation.
That last
Good
quote, that last quote was a good one.
There you go.
Let me see if I can try and find it. There it is. Yeah. Certainly our findings contrast markedly with rather simplistic view of our ancient relatives in popular imagination. Alan Cooper, University of Adelaide. And I'll tell you, mate, they're so atheist, they're communists.
Alice Cooper, huh? Yeah.
Communists. Anyway.
Right on.
Right? Commies.
Those freaking liars. They lie and lie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they do. So that's what he basically said. They're basically putting the skulls together the wrong way. I mean, they could get qualified, like not just your average orthodontist. They need like scientists, proper orthodontist scientists, and people like him, or torodontist, or whatever he said he was, or orthodontist. He said that that if he couldn't put the teeth together nobody could, and when he put them together properly and he knew how the way teeth fit together, that they looked more human, and they were just outright deliberately making the skull, putting them
Well,
together the wrong
didn't he say
way.
that he discovered that they put them in the wrong position in the dental arcade? Basically,
Heaps of time
they're out of order.
He said when he put them back together, took them apart and put them back together the right way, they looked like modern humans would look like if they had grown to an old age. They didn't look like full-on apes anymore. And
well, that's another thing too with these mandibles. Like a lot of the time, they're adding the teeth in. Like you'll see one of these jaws from one of these supposed human evolution ancestors, and they've got more teeth in their head than say I do. You know what I mean? That's just the reason that is because the teeth. A lot of the times they're gluing the teeth in. They don't find them connected, or even a lot in the jaw. Sometimes they do, but it's a lot of times these jaws themselves are composites, where they're actually adding teeth in from around the area that they find, rather than just using the whole piece that they found.
Yeah.
So
well, that particular one shouldn't get a copyright strike, but
yeah, we should be good.
They might. So he's basically saying that they lived, that Neanderthal, to be a teenager, as some of those kids that were so small that they were like fetuses. He said to grow to the size that they did within the time that the evolutionists say that they grew, they would have had to have grown 12 times faster. So I think he said 7 to 12 times faster than the fastest growing person today. And he said that's impossible. So it's either that they grew like at this impossible rate, which is just rubbish, or that they lived to very old ages, and their skulls. And he showed the skulls, and he showed how. And he put the outline of the modern human skull against the Neanderthal skull, and he explained that that the whole skull keeps growing. At age 25, a hat will fit you; it'll be nice and tight fitting. But then you try to put it on at 60 or 70, that you can't put it on at all. And if you could live to 200 or 500 or 800, even like they say in the Bible, can you imagine how your skull would grow? You know what I mean? Like what it would look like, how big it would get, and monstrous looking with the great big eyebrows and stuff like that. If people were the same then as they are now, then that's what they look like, he said, basically.
No. And I still am I coming through clear?
I mean, look at those two skeletons there. That's just a modern human. They're just two modern humans. They could interbreed, and they know now that they could interbreed. So if you can breed and have babies with like a Homo sapien, whatever, to breed with a Neanderthal, we could breed with a Neanderthal today. If you could get a Neanderthal back to life, then a modern human would be able to breed with them, have babies with them. So what would you call that, a human? I would.
To the left is a Frankenstein of two different discoveries, made into a composite in the New York City American Museum of Natural History. And Gary Sawyer put that together. Now, what's interesting is there's no fully recovered Neanderthal skeletons. We've discovered them. I mean, they just haven't been recovered yet. Like, a lot of times we find them in these watery graves, like in these caves, they're fully submerged underwater. So, like, to go see them, you have to have scuba gear, or so on and so forth. And they've actually, like, drained caves to get to these things. And they've got pretty large femurs, but it's my opinion that Neanderthal aren't real, and they're just human remains claimed to be Neanderthal remains that are from robust individuals, they're not even necessarily, like, even these larger skulls, they're concocted out of fragments of skulls. And there's not very many of them. The guy said himself in the video, I think he said that there's 12 skulls, is it,
I can't remember.
in
Oh.
total? So that's not that many to account for. And if they're all like this one in this picture, which you can't really see a close up of it, but it's all fragmentary. Like it's just these pieces that have been put together like a jigsaw puzzle, and glued to the specialized frame that's shaped. And like he said, like it's obvious that these Neanderthal skulls, when they were glued together and adhered to this frame, that they were done so in such a way that deformed it from what it was naturally, or what you would expect it to be naturally. So, in my opinion, even these larger skulls, the ones that are extended, well, they've been made to look that way, because they've been fashioned to look that way, and that they're not real. They're fabrications made from pieces. Now, as far as like the femur of this thing, you can look at this thing's femur. It's obviously a human femur. Okay, the pelvis is obviously human. And I know from, reading the article on it, that this one on the left, this claimed Neanderthal, the bottom is a female human's and the top is a male's, and that's the reason for the differences between the top and the bottom there. It's pretty obvious that the bottom of that individual is smaller than what it belongs to on the top. So the top is the male, and it's a lot larger than the female portion. They glued it together, and they say that it's about the same size, if not a little bit shorter than a modern man. Well, they used a female bottom, so female legs, and a man's torso and skull. If you look at the skull, it's massive compared to this guy on the right.
If you take note of the pelvis, you can see that if you got across one of these things, you can see how it looks a lot like the Lucy pelvis, except for the ilium part. I think that's the ilium part there, and that was crushed and broken. And what he did was reconstructed the ilium part like they did with the Neanderthal, like we just watched in that video with the Neanderthal teeth and jaws and stuff and heads.
Mm-hmm.
And or the teeth, the jaws, especially that he was specialized in, and upper and lower. So
yeah,
Lucy's the shape of the skull. If he could put,
undeniably human,
well, there it is, and it's just been reshaped. That was all broken up around the on the right hand side, the bone on the right hand side at the top. That was all broken, and that was all reconstructed and put together and made to look. And then the other side is just a copy. An opposite copy of the one on the right. So it's they've just copied it. So basically what they did is they found one broken pelvis, and then they just put it back together to make it look like it was more flared, so it looked like she walked upright or whatever. And yeah, it's just all, I mean, you can see that the differences are phenomenal.
Oh yeah, these Neanderthal are absolutely human. Every feature of them is human. Now you look at the hands of it, it's like, wow, his hands are a little bit larger. And I mean, and even in the article I read on this specific conglomerate here, made up of two different individuals, a male and a female, that's in the New York City American Museum of Natural History. You can see that it has a very human pelvis, just like the guy on the right. But you know what? Just because he's a little bit bigger than the guy on the right, it really doesn't make that much of a difference to me, because the human spectrum is so vast.
Yeah.
It's just so vast that it doesn't make it hard for me to imagine that they might have found a skull.
Yes, but people of that size. Wait a minute. No, just wait a minute. People of that size today, they've usually got a lot of health problems, and like massive health problems. They have very short lives, right? Because their hearts don't really grow to the size of them. Now, Neanderthals, could like I said, there's examples of those foot tracks through the mud where they could tell how fast it was running and so on and so forth. Neanderthals were just faster, stronger, smarter humans. We just proved that 100%. They had art, they had musical instruments. They've got like literally flutes and things that they made. They could navigate boats. They made those pendants that you saw in that video, where if you twirl that pendant, it looks like a deer running through a meadow. I've got like articles on that, and it's just they're just basically modern humans that are slightly tweaked. Like they'll get the bones and like all these tiny little amount of fragments, like probably just nothing but fragments, and then they'll imagine what the skeleton looked like, and then they'll just put it together and say that that's what it looked like. Where you saw in the video that the small amount of bones they get, and then they sort of make a computer composite of that, and then they build something from that as well. But they do have like partial, like skull caps and stuff, and they can get the DNA out of them, so they know that they're Neanderthal. And they've got modern human. When we say Neanderthal, we're just making it easier to say. We've already said many times all the way through it that Neanderthal are just modern humans. Like a modern human today, if you saw a Neanderthal kid in school, you wouldn't to be able to tell the difference from any other kid. If you saw a modern, fully grown Neanderthal male walking down the road, he'd look a bit big and brutish and weird, but you really wouldn't be able to like sort of say that he's a different species. You know what I mean? You really wouldn't be able to tell him he'd look a bit different, but not. I mean, he could have sex with any modern woman and have a child. So. They're just modern humans, and that's what we saying all along. And when we say Neanderthal, we're not saying that we agree with the evolutionists. It's just a lot easier than saying every single time you say it, well, they're modern humans, but Neanderthals, evolutionists call them Neanderthals, we call them modern humans, and blah blah blah. It's just easier to say that they're Neanderthals, but we believe Neanderthal was modern human, and that's a way easier way to say it than explaining the whole thing every time. I mean, you only need to explain it a couple of times during the video. And then if someone says, oh, but you said that they were Neanderthals and you believe in evolution, you say, no, you're not. You go back to this timestamp and have a look for yourself. You can see straight away that I said that Neanderthals are just modern humans. I've said this probably 60 times during this 3-hour stream. So,
which is good. It's good to reinforce it,
That's what Standing for Truth believes. That's what Raw Matt believes. That's what, like, I don't know about others, but I know Standing for Truth and Raw Matt, Young Earth Creation channel, I know that they believe that Neanderthal are just nothing but modern humans. There's no difference whatsoever. They say that Neanderthal, just because it's easier than, like I said, explaining every single time you say it. You can just give your opening statement and say you believe the Neanderthals are modern humans, and then just go on and call them Neanderthals, because you just basically, by saying that, you have already let them know by saying Neanderthal you mean modern human. It's just an easier way to say it. And if that guy had have explained it any other way during that video, it would have been so long and convoluted that people would have just gone, oh, I'm not watching this, get stuffed. Anyway.
Well, to me, it seems like when people speak generally about Neanderthal, like Neanderthal were faster, smarter, better than us in every way. They could play musical instruments, these bone flutes. But when you realize that these bone flutes and that little pendant with the deer on it are like a couple of the very few evidences for Neanderthal, and that people keep going back to the same exact evidence.
Yeah, but
there's
no,
so
they
little
no,
evidence
they
for these animals. You know what I mean?
No,
for these things. It's
they're
like,
not animals, mate. They're humans. That, like you said, they're outright
sure,
humans.
yeah, no, that's what I believe. But I don't believe that they're a
so
thing.
intricate.
Like, no. That's not what I believe, because I don't even believe that they're a thing. Like, see this skeleton next to this guy?
That's right.
It's a complete fabrication. Okay, there aren't any Neanderthal. There aren't any Neanderthal bones.
Pendant is a fabrication. You believe that all the Neanderthals are all a fabrication, even though they've got mitochondrial DNA out of them, and they've tested like 70% or 60% of the population.
Like I've said, the Neanderthal,
20% Neanderthal DNA in them, and
mapped
and
what they claim are the Neanderthal remains. They've mapped the genome
mate,
of these remains
they've mapped
to find out that they're incredibly
shown it's
human.
identical. They've shown it's
Right.
identical. They're literally identical. We could literally interbreed with them. We could have children with each other.
Well, that's because they are
weren't
human.
just modern humans. They were just more
They are
advanced.
here today. They are here today. We don't need to like
No,
have
they're
one
not.
here today.
People can't run at 23 miles an hour through deep wet mud carrying something heavy, mate. And they were human feet running through that mud, mate. Not
Right,
apes,
right. But you
not-
believe these, like you believe in these animals, you know.
Mate, I don't believe in an animal. I just believe in a human that was stronger and faster. And over time, we've got dumber. There's evidence that our IQ points have dropped over the past since the King James Bible was written. I think 250 years ago, when they first started taking IQ, they've found that just the average person on the streets IQ is 14 points lower today than it was back then. I mean, people had to be smarter. It was harder to survive. They had to be more. You know what I mean? Like,
but would you agree that
we're literally going backwards in every single way? So so the fact that to say that people back in Noah's day, sure, the way they put the skeletons together is wrong, but the fact that people were bigger, stronger, and smarter back then because they lived longer, they're obviously genetically more superior. Do you believe that if we went back and had a fight with Adam, that even the strongest human being, the maddest heavyweight cage fighter of today went back and had a fight with Adam, he'd probably just grab him by the top of the head and just lift him off the ground and just like lift him half a foot off the ground, just look into his eyes and say, "Do you really want to fight me, mate?" You know what I mean? Like, he would have been that
it's
strong.
possible.
Like
I don't know how tall Adam was, you know.
But I'm just saying that he was genetically perfect. He was created before the fall. He was genetically
but we don't know how,
perfect.
you know, we don't know.
No, we
don't.
So
it's all
assumption. We know that he was genetically perfect.
What we do
so we
know,
he would have been very strong.
What we do know
right?
is that there's robust humans now.
Mutations. Just tell me this. Do you believe if you went back to the first man, Adam, and he had no mutations at all and he was genetically perfect, that he wouldn't be stronger than someone of today? Are you saying we wouldn't know that?
Maybe,
I mean,
but that's
just,
all a bunch of guesswork,
inference.
man. But
it's not guesswork, it's logical inference. We look at the Neanderthal DNA and we find that in humans, and we count the same the amount of mutations from then. They got less mutations, and when we look at the same arm of the DNA in modern humans
Neanderthal
today,
claims, you know. It's easier to say Neanderthal claims.
Have you ever looked and read any of the literature or anything about Neanderthal DNA being in modern humans? Do you understand any of that sort of stuff?
Actually, I read an article on. Yeah, I've actually read an article on the Neanderthal genome mapping.
People like that have read hundreds.
That's good. That's
hundreds.
Good. Does that even matter? Like, does that?
Yes,
even
it does.
really?
Yes, it does, because it's the way you interpret the data in the. If you look at the data in the citation through an evolutionary goggles, you're going to see evolutionary things. The data often the data
you not
in
see the
is very good. It's very
good.
Remains. It's just the way it's interpreted is bad. The data itself is often, not all the time, but often very good. It's just the way it's interpreted. That's why we use secular citations and not creationist ones, because creationist articles, if you look in the references, are based on the secular ones anyway. So we just go in and we give an explanation of the secular the same way that AIG does, the same way that CMI does, the same way that all the others do. You know what I mean? Except we just comment on secular citations the same way. If you go and look at the articles that they write, they give references of secular citations that they base their article on. So, and that's what we do. So the simple fact is that secular citations, the data in most of them is very, very good. It's just that the way that they interpret the data, and they look at it through evolutionary goggles, so they see what they want to see, and we look at it through creationist goggles, so we see what we want to see, sort of thing.
So through your creationist goggles, couldn't you imagine that maybe these fossils are being hang on.
Worldview, whatever you want to say, goggles eyes, worldview. It's just anyway.
Sure. All right. So couldn't you say that possibly through your creationist looking glass, that it's possible that these remains, these few finds, that are claimed to belong to cavemen or these Neanderthal. These 12 skeletons, he was saying, maybe, or maybe it was just 12 skulls and just a handful of bodies, you know. That these 12 finds are supposed to be something other than what would be even findable today. You know, I mean, it's the narrative that they ran that fast. You know, there's
Both creationists and evolutionists agree that the mitochondrial DNA that they found in both evolutionists and creationists agree the mitochondrial DNA that they found in Neanderthals and the matching DNA that they found in the Asian populations at like 20% of DNA in some Asian people in Asian populations is all I lost my point. Sorry, man, I'm really tired.
it's all right.
Last night and stuff like that. I took a whole lot.
Let me just talk about it. So can you see that it's possible that these Neanderthal aren't giants, that they're not 700-year-old humans? Okay.
No, they never said they grew to giants. They weren't that tall. Like some would have been, like we got today. But when I mean, they were tall, they just were like you get a person who's 5 foot tall today, who's 5 foot tall but 2 axe handles wide. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That sort of shit, right? Like a Neanderthal would have been like that sort of thing. They were actually generally, I think they were shorter than your natural than thing.
There are all sorts of things because they were just humans.
And only the Denisovan were bigger, but the Denisovan were probably, and they lived contemporaneously with each other, and they could all breed and intermix. It's like even that the Sahelanthropus or something like that was discovered in
Have you
cave.
seen the Disovinian finds?
Yeah.
Have you seen the discoveries for Disovinians? Like all the skulls.
How do they find apes like what they say is an ape, transitional ape coming up, buried with almost modern humans? I mean, there's one that's buried with, I think it's buried with a Neanderthal, modern human. So they've got this ape buried with a modern human, and the Neanderthal is supposed to have evolved from that ape, right? And yet they've found them buried with each other in a cave somewhere. It's some, I can't remember what it is. We've got the actual citation on it. It's secular as well, that one. So they've even admitted that one.
Well, if it came off the floor of the cave, it's hard to tell how old it is. But
well, it was obviously buried in the cave. It wasn't laying.
Don't you see that it's possible that the Neanderthal weren't 700-year-old humans, that they weren't giants, that they weren't any different from the modern humans of today, and even within some kind of variation of modern humans? And the fact that they've mapped the Neanderthal genome from some remains claimed to be of Neanderthal doesn't necessarily mean that they've mapped some other human's genome.
I'm going to get Matt to come on one day just for a short time and explain that to you and explain why they know for certain that it is human DNA. That this mitochondria, when they get the bones and they get it out,
well, it is. It's
they find it
exactly human DNA.
That they know that it's just basically modern human DNA with less mutations, and with the less mutations, with the speed of the mutations, you'd expect us to have the amount of them. We've got more mutations than them, but the extra mutations that we've got with the speed of the mutations works right in with the Bible timeline of 6,000 years and about 4,500 years back to Noah's flood.
Sweet. And I'm not contesting that. I'm not contesting that their ancestors.
These are mutation rates of today. We're looking at. We're counting backwards from the mutation rates.
But
I'm
not contesting. I'm not contesting that. What I'm contesting is that they're not necessarily 700-year-old individuals at the time of their death.
Well, that's what
that they're not giants. You know what I mean?
Not all of them lived.
Yeah.
Look, mate. He said there was that. Okay, the evidence that he said about them having, so they'd have to grow 7 to 12 times faster to get up to your sizes, like just to get up to a normal modern human size. Because he said he looked at a 1-year-old child that was the size of a fetus. Like
the guy in the
baby in the womb
that we watched,
right?
The creationist in the video we watched just now.
Yes.
The
Yes.
art, the orthodontist.
Yes. And he spoke about the teeth, the why he believes that and stuff. I don't know if you how loud it was to you, if you could hear it or not, or whatever. But that's something that I've watched quite a lot of times. And if you watch it over and just like sit there and watch the whole thing, you'll get what he's saying. He's literally saying that there is no such thing as Neanderthal, that they are modern human, that they've been messing with them and putting them together the wrong way just to make them look like, whatever. And
But weren't you just saying that these people would have to grow so many times faster than normal?
yes, he said that's what he said. They'd have to get
Right.
from the size of the 1-year-old child that he saw, right? And he said that they would have to have grown 7 to 12 times faster to get to the like to the normal, to grow up to an adult from that size. Sure. They'd have to grow 7 to 12 times faster. He said something like that, 7 to 12 times faster, which is impossible. So either they lived a very long time or they grew 7 to 12 times faster. Which is it? I mean, and also I'll get Matt to come on and I'll get him to explain to you why they know for 100% certain that Neanderthal DNA, which is just modern human DNA, is matches up with modern human DNA. They don't think, they know. I mean, they can see this stuff. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not imaginary.
That's what I believe.
It's not like.
I'm not contesting. I'm just saying that they would be exactly human. You know what I mean? Maybe not modern human, but
they were just humans.
ancestor.
They were just more genetically superior to us. They were bigger and stronger and faster and
well,
smarter.
They would have less
bigger, stronger, faster, smarter humans. We're going downhill.
What they would have is less generational mutation.
Okay. Not just that. They've got in the mitochondria. The mitochondria mutates as well, but it mutates at a different rate. And like I said, when we look at the mutations, the extra mutations we've got in the arm of the mitochondria, in the same arm of the mitochondria from the Neanderthal to the human, that if you count back at modern mutation rate speeds and count backwards, it fits right in with the biblical timeline. That's why the evolutionists turn around and say that the mutation rates were slower in the past, because that's their rescue device. But they can't jump in a time machine and go back and test for these slower mutations. It's pure imagination. It's pure pseudoscience. It is not. And people go, and you got internet atheists out there that are pushing this stuff as real science. It's not. It's not science at all.
Yeah, so if these remains are not Neanderthal, or even maybe not even pre-flood people, let's say that they're not even pre-flood people. Do you think that's possible?
That's why they find fragments, mate. Because mostly fragments. Because if people were, and sometimes they find them in together in places. I mean, they could have got buried deep in the mud. Those ones are not ground up, but most of it they find in fragments, which is what you'd expect. Because on a flood, they had a mudslide off the coast of California once, and they worked out it was going at 100 miles an hour because it was breaking undersea communication cables as it went, so they could work out its speed. So they get on to, so basically they know that. Oh my God, I lost my point again, man. I'm sorry. I'm just so bloody tired. I'll try to get a couple of hours sleep because I was up most of the night. I have to constantly get up because my dogs are old. I have to get up and down all the time. I can only sleep for 2 or 3 hours at a time, and I have to get up and get them out, and then it takes me an hour to get back to sleep. And it's like,
okay. So before the flood, there was a lot of variation.
Yeah.
So you'd agree with that? Before the flood, there was a lot of variation. Well, after the flood, there's a lot of variation too. This is a modern picture, modernish.
Those people weren't athletic. They had genetic problems, massive problems. They lived very short lives.
Who's to say that, when you find parts of these things, and you can't even find a whole skeleton of one and recover one, that they were athletic? How can you say that they were athletic if you can't even find them?
They've got brow ridges that are massive. They've taken the DNA out of them and tested it and found out it's Neanderthal. Basically, what I'm saying by that is modern.
But it turned out to be human DNA.
See how hard it is. every time you say Neanderthal, you have to explain also that it's modern human. I've already said that 75,000 times during this thing. I only have to say
Well,
it once.
you can say Neanderthal claims. It's just as easy.
No, that's
to
not a
say
claim, mate.
Neanderthal
It's scientific. They know about genetic. Look. It's not like
What?
atoms where they can't see how an atom's made up. They have to make guesses from the energy that they see from the atom, right? They can see. They can.
I know
really
they've mapped
test this stuff.
what they claim is the Neanderthal genome.
They've literally
mapped
got
this
pictures of
genome. They
strands
finished
of
it in
DNA.
2013, I think.
They've literally got actual photos. If you go on the internet, they've got an actual photo of the DNA.
They mapped it
strand.
in Germany. It was one of the first genomes that they mapped. Was what was claimed to be these Neanderthal claims. It was one of the first genomes that they've mapped.
Like real photos.
But what found out is that it's within 1% of just any other human. And the thing is that human males and females are greater than 1% different in DNA. So you have a thing where the populations across the planet vary more than 1% in DNA. You know what I mean? So if you have this Neanderthal claims that are being tested and mapped out as being within the 1 percentile of a modern human, then that is modern human DNA.
That's what we say. We say
So,
it.
instead
of explaining, every time we say Neanderthal, instead of saying Neanderthal, we believe it's modern human. Every single time we say
you could
it,
say Neanderthal claims. It's just
in the
as easy to
beginning,
say
and we say
Neanderthal claims.
it's not a claim, mate. When they've got DNA evidence that's factual, and we know for a fact that it's mate. I'll
really
get Matt
real
on to explain it. I'll
Neanderthals.
get raw Matt on to explain it. He knows this stuff better than me. It can explain to you, and he can give you all the references, all the
Sure.
citations. He can prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that DNA they're taking out of those Neanderthals is human DNA. Finding 20% of that in
Which
humans
is exactly
today.
what I'm saying. So
which means they mixed, and that's only in one arm of the mitochondria of the DNA.
How did they mix if they're human? You dig what I mean? If they're mixed, there's no hybridization.
How do they mix if they're human? Because they're human. That's how they mix. They're modern humans. We've said that 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Why do we have to keep repeating that?
But
Why
if there's
can't we-
no hybridization, then
It's
they're
not
exactly
like-
human,
they
right? I mean, so here's my question, right? How do we know
Yes.
that these are post-flood or pre-flood and not
I
post-flood?
know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but we're not talking about the really, like, all we're talking about is we know through DNA when we find a brow ridge, a skull cap with a big a massive brow ridge on it, and we test it, we know that DNA that we find out of it is human, right? So we know that came from a human, not some ape, right? So you can't say it's some conglomeration from an ape. You can't. And the science will blow you away if you try. Like I'll get Matt off. Matt will have a doc on it. He'll give me a part. He'll actually send it to me in an email, and I'll send it to you, and you can read it for yourself.
We could have Matt on here, and we could discuss it with Matt. Maybe he could bring his photo of all the Neanderthal finds.
If he sends you all his explanations and writings on it, and the
they're mostly
citations,
pelvis
so you can look at them.
There's one find that's just a femur and a top of a skull cap.
Yeah,
and that's counted as one of these finds.
There's one that I've seen that's got the brow ridges on it as well.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it. Just because you can't
even
find it.
in that video, the guy had the one with the brow ridge, but it was all in pieces.
Yeah, but they've got skull caps with brow ridges. I've seen them, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're all pieced together.
Just because you can't find them now doesn't mean they don't exist. All right.
Sure.
They got brow ridges. All right, and they can test this stuff because if
No.
you remember, 70% of the bones unfossilized. Even to believe that it lasted 4,000 years since the flood, say, or because human bones break down into dust within 100 years unless they get permineralized. Unless there's water flowing past them through them and over them with minerals in it, they crack apart and break down into dust within 100 years. So and we're finding these bones, and even to believe that they're thousands of years old is really hard to believe that they're unfossilized for thousands of years.
Now, if we're just going to
especially
sit
in some of the
here
conditions
and
that
read
they're
Matt's
found in, they should have
documents
degraded. They
and
should have
watch
degraded
Matt's
long ago.
videos,
But to
then what's
believe,
the
I'm getting to
point?
my point. I'm getting to my point.
I'm just
But
saying, I'm just going to
to
interrupt you
believe that
here
they
first for a
are
second because you
250,000
interrupted
years
me.
old is
So
ridiculous. See, that was my point, and I would have finished.
if
and
we're
let you
just going to
talk.
sit here and review Matt's documents and review
I
Matt's
didn't
videos,
just, Matt, I just
then
gave
what's
you
the
a.
point? Why don't we have another opinion out? You know, like
Okay,
maybe Matt's
it's not-
wrong.
It's not.
Maybe
no,
SFT
he's
is
not.
wrong.
Because I've seen them talk about it, and I've seen
Oh.
them argue with this
Yeah.
with evolutionists, right? And now they're even coming out, the evolutionists, and saying that they're just modern humans. I've told you that.
Sure,
There's
yeah. I mean, that's
secular
my opinion is that they're
evolutionist
just
scientists
modern
out there that
humans.
agree with you that
But
they're
you
just
guys
modern
keep
humans.
going on about how they're faster, how they're smarter,
Yes,
how they're
they
better than
were
us. They can
because
create
it's,
things
it's
and navigate the ocean.
obvious.
It's like
Mate, we can
this
tell
is
by the
no
mutation
surprise.
rates today that we're going downhill. We're going backwards. Every human that's born has got 100 deletions in there. It literally calls them deletions in the citation, in the secular citation. Got 100 deletions in the genome from every single child ever born has got it. So we know we're going downhill, buddy. We don't think we are. We know we are. And if you went back,
and no
thousands of
one's
years or
arguing
hundreds
that.
of
What
years,
I'm
but if you went
saying
back thousands
that
of
you
years
won't
to
let me
these
say for
Neanderthals,
whatever reason.
if you went
What
back
I'm
thousands
trying
of
to
years to
say.
these, no, let me finish. Let me finish. If you went back
Oh,
thousands
sure.
of years to these Neanderthals, they would be bigger. They would be bigger, faster, smarter, and stronger than us because we are breaking down, and that is evident today. We see that with there's 24,000
There's
more
people bigger than us today.
diseases being added to the world population every year. Did you know that? Every year there's 24,000 more genetic diseases added to the world population every single year. Every year. That's how
Sure.
fast we're going down, mate. And every child born has 100 deletions. That's a secular citation. So we know we're
So
going
even
down.
though
how long
these
ago do you reckon
Neanderthal
Neanderthals lived?
claims,
How long ago do you reckon Neanderthals lived? How long?
50,000 to 150,000, 200,000 years ago.
I believe that Neanderthals lived only about 4,000 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Neanderthals and not modern humans and humans.
No, but like
See
I
how
said,
that happens when you
we're
say
talking to
Neanderthal
evolutionists
and
to
how
talk to-
confusing
okay,
that
if
is
we
for
sit here-
everybody.
If we sit here
And that's
saying
how
call them
confusing it
modern
is when
humans,
SFT says it.
they'll never learn
And
anything,
Matt
will
says
they?
it.
But they'll never learn anything, will they? If we say, if we
What's
just talk
sad
about
is
modern
that
humans, they'll come
you
on and think, oh, they're
guys
just talking about modern humans. They won't understand that
believe
we're
in
calling
evolution.
modern
That's
Neanderthals
what's
modern
sad.
humans, will they? How will they understand that? See science? How will they understand
These
that we're
nested
calling modern humans,
hierarchies that
that
SFT
we're
is
calling
going on
Neanderthal
about.
modern humans? How will they know
These
we're calling
nested
Neanderthals modern
hierarchies.
humans if we don't call them Neanderthals? And if we
Okay.
have to explain every
Settle
time we
down.
mention the
These
word,
Neanderthals, these nested hierarchies that SFT keeps going on about. You
we're not
YCs
talking
believe
about
in
nested hierarchies
evolution, man.
now. We're not talking about nested hierarchies. We're talking
You
about.
guys believe
You
in
said to me
evolution.
that you believed Adam and Eve were the perfect created genome. You even told me that. You said that.
Sure.
So we're
And
going
I
downhill. So if
don't
you go back,
disagree.
how if you
And I
go
don't
back,
see where I don't think you see
how
where
long
we
ago do you
disagree.
believe these
That's what's
people
the
lived?
problem.
That they the ones that they say are Neanderthals. How long ago do you believe that they lived?
The ones that they say are Neanderthal, the cavemen
Yeah.
lived from. They're sure trying to claim from before the Holocene.
No,
So
I don't want
before
to hear
12
what
to
you
200,000
believe.
years
How
ago.
old do you believe they are? How old? How many?
Oh, how
these
old do I
bones are
believe?
finding?
How old do I believe the human remains that are misidentified and claimed to be Neanderthal remains? How old are those? Not as old as they're claimed to be. And if they're found in a cave, it's
That's
damn
right.
hard to tell.
But
how
thousands.
old
You
they
believe that
are.
they're thousands of years old. I can't get to my point. You believe that they're thousands
I
of
don't
years
believe
old,
they're
right?
hundreds of thousands. I don't believe in hundreds of thousands of years.
Thousands, I said
I'm
thousands,
a
not hundreds of
YC.
thousands. I said thousands of years, not hundreds of thousands. I said thousands of years.
The only question I'm trying to ask you is how do you know that this is from a pre-flood person?
I don't know. I believe that they lived pre and post. People post flood. The post flood was 4,500 years ago. What do you think, people? If we're mutating at 100 less mutations,
So what are we
100
disagreeing
100
on? Why are you
mutations
so
at every
hot about it?
generation that gets passed on down the line to every child. If we go back, to Noah's flood or whatever, then we can literally count the mutations, the generations. We can see the DNA. I can get Matt to explain. I'm gonna send you an email before we go live again, so you can read it for
Well,
yourself. Why we
we'll
know
get
that
Matt
the
in here
DNA
next time.
that we,
you know,
well, we know that they're modern humans, but how long do you reckon that these modern humans that they call Neanderthals, how long ago do you reckon they lived? If you want me to
I have
put it
no
that way, in a
idea,
long,
but I
convoluted
don't
way.
think it was what they claim,
But
and I don't call
just
them Neanderthal.
Yes, I mean you got to remember.
Take a
just
guess. Hey, listen, why should I guess? That's guesswork. We're going to call this creation science, not
Well,
creation
we
theory
don't
like they
guess.
have
We go on the
on
mutation
YC
rates
channel and on
in the
SFT.
mitochondria that we find in the Neanderthal, and we count the speed of the mutation rates today, and we
Mhm.
can work out around about how long ago the
Guesswork.
mitochondria, the
Yeah, you
Neanderthal
guesswork it
lived.
out. It's all conjecture, man. It's all a
It's
bunch
not
of baloney.
conjecture because they're using today. Do you believe mutation rates were different in the past in human beings than they are today? Or do you
I don't
believe
know. Do you?
all that we've been? Well,
Do you
if
think
you say
that
that,
compounded
you're backing the
mutation
evolutionists.
results in even
If you
more
say that
mutation?
mutation rates could have been different in the past, then you're backing the evolutionists because that's what
Do you
they say.
believe? Do you believe that compounded mutation?
through pure imagination. That's
Do
pure
you believe that
pseudoscience.
compounded mutation leads to extra mutation, and that mutation happens
Of
at an
course, there's
exponential rate?
24,000 extra genetic diseases being added to the world
Well,
population
then no,
every single
no, I
year.
don't believe.
Then that
Then no, I
outright
don't
proves that
believe
we're
that the
going
rate of
downhill. If
mutation is
that
the
has
same.
been happening, if what's happening today has been happening for all time, right? Then if you go backwards, mate, well, then you would have found people that were genetically more superior, which means they
Sure,
would have
sure.
been
Well,
they
then
would have
no, I
been
don't believe that the
stronger,
genetic rate of
faster, and
decay is the
smarter.
same.
They would have been bigger, not necessarily taller, just bigger,
Uh-huh.
more solid, more, like
Sure.
just
Well,
the
your
average
question
Neanderthal
to me
probably would
was,
have
do I
knocked out
think
the
the
man
rate
as
of
a street
mutation?
fighter today. The average
Okay, your
full-grown
question to me was, do I think the rate of mutation was consistent? No, I think that it's increased over time. So no, it hasn't
Okay,
been a
well, that's
consistent
backing the
rate.
evolutionists because
So
that's how
then,
they get back to. That's exactly how they get back to. That's exactly how they get back. You've just backed the evolutionists 100%
how?
because that's how they get back to mitochondrial Eve, mtDNA Eve. That's how they do it by saying that
What?
the mutation rates were slower in the past. That's their rescue device. You just backed
Oh.
evolution.
Well, don't you believe that compounded mutations would lead to exponential mutation rate?
But okay. That's okay. Well, that's true too, because you got to look at, if you believe in the evolutionist side, then that's right. Because if you went back 3 million years with the mutation rate that we see today, if that was the same and it wasn't slower in the past, then we would have all been dead 100 times over, just like that guy says in that citation. He literally says it. It's a secular citation. He's an evolutionist scientist. He's well qualified. It's been peer reviewed. And he said that if we came from Lucy, we should be dead 100 times over with the 100 mutations per generation, 100 times over. So he doesn't know how we're still alive from there, and that's coming from an evolutionist. So we are not saying, no one is saying, not Matt, not Standing for Truth, not me. We are not saying that Neanderthal are apes. Right? We are just calling them like you'd call, say, a Japanese or an Asian or an Arab, or let's just call them. It's not an Arab. It's just a Neanderthal. It's an ethnic group of the humankind. Let's call it that. And it's
I don't even think it's that.
Neanderthal, an ethnic group of the humankind, because we're all one race. We're not different races. I mean, when they searched the genome, they found only a difference between them. If you got two humans, that couldn't
I'm losing my voice here.
Each other, if you got two humans that couldn't be any more different than each other, you only find like a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German and a little African. You only find 0.02% like difference, and that's not over that's in a citation. You're going to have to look at the way they explain that. They're not saying that I know what you say between men and women and stuff like that. I can't remember exactly how they explain that, but the science behind it is good. I mean, they literally, I mean, there is good science out there. Most of that stuff that comes out of citations is good science. It is really good science. It is not, it's not the data. in the
Sure.
citation. It's the way that they interpret the data, and the data's good. And a lot
And
of
that's
those guys
exactly it.
do
It's
good work.
filtered.
They're doing great work. They're not doing. We're not calling the site all of the citations pseudoscience or anything like that. We love them because they back us up.
Sure. And I mean, my only point to you, I think, was just that these remains are so few and far between. I mean, if you're talking about 12 skulls or even 12 partial skeletons all together to claim for these Neanderthals, and then they're building how
And
many?
they're mostly finding fragments, right? You'd expect to find fragments if there was a flood and everything got ground up in that, like I was saying about
Well,
that
they've got a
slide.
lot of
That
fragments.
underwater mudslide. If there was a global flood, there'd be mudslides like the size of mountains.
Sure.
There'd be mudslides the size of mountains. You know what I mean? So,
Sure. And I mean,
And-
you know, these different
and
skeletons
they would have
are
been all
just
ground up into pieces, wouldn't they? They would have been all ground up into pieces. And what do they find? Fragments, mostly. The odd bit here, there, everywhere. Exactly
Yeah,
what you'd
teeth.
expect to find if they were ground up in a global flood. But anyway,
Sure.
go on.
Yeah, I mean, they find teeth. You know, like here's your phylogenetic tree for the human evolution narrative. You know, you have the Homo species in Kenya early on, then the Homo habilis being the most early Homo group, the Homo habilis. Now you look at this and it says that there are, I think, what, 5 finds of the Homo habilis.
There's only apes
Okay.
and humans. That's it. There's no in betweens at all, anywhere. It's all
Yeah,
imagination.
it's all a lie, man. And now these are 4 or 5 different individuals of habilis that are claimed from just you know, a handful of fragments. So if they find 2 femurs, you know, you might have 1 individual, but if you find 2 right femurs, then you have 2 individuals. Well, here you go. They have 150 Homo erectus individuals, you know, that they've built and that they've made to be able to claim. So even if you have enough teeth, where you could have 150 individuals from teeth, the fact is they only have like 12 skulls in total to make up this entire branch of this phylogenetic tree, all the way up to modern humans. Okay, which is just beyond Heidelbergensis there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
There's so many
But it's
gaps.
my
They don't.
point.
There's not just one missing link. There's
Sure.
so many missing links that'll blow your mind. People think we know they're going to find the missing link one day. They need to find missing links, plural, not missing link.
Sure. Yeah, there's so many missing links. Look at all these dotted lines and question marks. It's like, but it's beyond that. Even these links that they've got are still missing because they're incomplete skeletons. They're incomplete groups. And many of the claimed skeletons, these partial skeletons, are conglomerates. They're composite skeletons made from known multiple individuals, but they say that they're making a skeleton to represent an entire population. One single individual made from multiple known individuals to represent an entire population. And there will be one skeleton for each of these species. And that's what's real. So the lack of evidence is there. Now, the thing is, for me, it's my take on the Neanderthal that they're just modern human remains. I know we agree on that. And I know that we both agree that they're not as old as they're claimed to be by the human evolution narrative. Okay, that's for sure. And then we also agree that they're, I think where we don't agree is that they have to be these biblical individuals that lived, these Bible patriarchs that lived to a great age, just because of the misshapen skulls, which we know are intentionally misshapen. You know, it's even said in your video by the orthodontist that these skulls are intentionally misshapen to fit their filtered narrative of human evolution. You know, so
they get teeth of the same size, so they know that they're pretty much the similar size, and then they just in such a way slightly just out of each one. If they put each one slightly out, it'll go into a real, contorted, shape or a not something of reality. When he took them apart, he said, and he put them back together, that his teeth were meant to fit together. He said that that's when they look human. And he showed a picture of it during the video. He showed a picture of a Neanderthal jaw that he'd reshapen, remember? And he showed a picture of a modern human jaw, and they both looked, what did they look like? Almost identical, almost completely identical. They were just a modern human. He proved it so many times through that video, mate. That he so many times he said it. He proved that they lied so many times. He even said, did you hear that what he said? That he had to hide in hotel rooms and lock doors and
for the X-rays,
and people were chasing him to try and get the X-rays that he had off him because they didn't want that getting out there into the creationist community. That's how you like militant they are. That is that's terrible. I mean, he was like hiding in hotel rooms behind locked doors and security hotels and car chases and had hell getting to the airport, and he had said he had hell getting out of France but he got out of there eventually, went through all that and got out of there with the evidence. So that's how desperate they were to stop him getting out with that stuff. So that'll give you an idea on just how compelling it really is.
Well, how bad it is that they're not taking a look at these original finds. It's so bad that it took, I believe it was over 40 years to discover that there is a baboon vertebra right there in the Lucy conglomeration. The reason for this is that they're not taking a very critical look at these original finds. They've got the Lucy conglomeration in a glass safe over in the Ethiopian Natural History Museum. You can't access it. It took to the point where until they started making 3D models and then castings of these original fossil conglomerations like Lucy, which is like a handful of.
They're finding feet in the same areas of these Lucy parts that they're finding. They're finding feet of apes in there, like then, and the feet they were finding. They used to be on the internet. They've totally scrubbed the internet of it. And
where is it? What is it?
They've totally scrubbed the internet of it. Anyway, these feet that they've found in the same areas where they found, Lucy bones or the Australopithecine bones, they've found feet, and they've found that they had an opposable big toe, like a thumb, but it was just a little bit smaller than the average chimps of today, but it was still a fully opposable big toe, like an opposable thumb. So they've literally found that and they've buried that. I mean, even Don Patton says it in one of his creation talks, and he even gives some sort of reference to that. And he speaks about how they've found their feet. They've found 8 feet with toes that aren't as opposable as the chimps of today, but still a fully opposable like thumb for a toe. So they had
like a gorilla foot.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Like a monkey foot, like a chimpanzee 8 foot, it just was like a chimpanzee foot, right? But just a slightly smaller.
Well, they believe chimpanzees were around back then too.
And yet they find that in the layers with Lucy, and then they throw them away, and then they give them human feet.
Sure.
It is disgusting. It's just disgusting.
Well,
and that look at that ilium. Look at the tiny amount of bones that they found, that they reconstructed this whole Lucy creature out of. That little amount right there, and that ilium at the top there on the pelvis on the right, down in the center near the sacrum, next to on the right of the sacrum, is that's it. Sorry, am I right? Anyway, it was before I said my left ages ago. Anyway, the bone was all crushed. The ilium part, the top part of that pelvis was all crushed and broken, and he reshaped it to make it, look the way he wanted it to make it look, because it was in little pieces. And then just like that other scientist said, they've been doing this a lot. And then he made a reconstruction of that one, but on the opposite, and then they put it together. And from that previous picture that you had on, they showed that that's just a Frankenstein construction. That thing with that's a modern human sacrum, right in the middle there, and that's just a Frankenstein construction. It's not science at all. And people go to these museums and they see these Lucy feet and they hear about the Laetoli footprints, and they say, well, they look exactly like modern human footprints, but they'll put down there by this Australopithecine creature. I mean, come on, isn't it more likely they were just put there by modern humans? And that these foot bones that these ape feet that they've found in these layers that they've just completely ignored. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, the whole narrative is just an outright lie. I mean, there's so much evidence out there, but people just don't have the time. Most of these atheists out there, they just don't have the time to get into it and look and see the lies, the just constant, non-stop, misrepresenting of everything. It's just modern humans.
Yeah, they believe that there's just hundreds of individuals, and there's not. There's a handful of claims, and they're just not what they're claimed to be. And here in case with Lucy, there's some human remains in there, along with some very tree-dwelling ape remains. I mean, the remains are smaller, but with that case, like, we get down to it, is the variation in humankind. So we've got the same variation going on today, and this is how tall Lucy would have been, And these people from the Congo are about the height that Lucy's pelvis and her femur would have been, and they're not far from where Lucy was discovered.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. There you go. What does that tell you? Just a modern human a modern human sacrum that they've just melded in to this, weird conglomeration, and they've found many human bones, and they've just melded it into these apes and human bones and human foot bones when they've found ape bones, ape feet and stuff in those layers, and they've just ignored it because they want to push the make people believe that Lucy was an ape that walked around on human feet and had human hands. And even Don Patton said that they know the arms. They've found sections of the arms since that picture you've got there. And he said that they know that basically, I think might have been from that picture, he worked out that her arms were so long that she could have scratched her ankles while standing up. Basically, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but he was making a bit of a joke at the time. But he was just saying she had an opposable big toe. She could have scratched her ankles while standing up. She was just a small, extinct species of chimpanzee or some sort of bonobo or.
Well, yeah, I mean, she wasn't.
And yet they're totally hiding all that stuff, and they're giving a human feet. I mean, because they find a human foot in the fossil record, and they go, "Hang on, we can't tell people we found a human foot in the fossil record 3 million years ago because there was supposed to be only 8 humans back then."
Sure.
We better put it on this. We better put it together in a conglomeration and put it on this Lucy thing and make it look. They've literally found thing that they call Homo habilis feet. Feet fossils, and you can see that it's just a modern human fossil. There's a bit of deformation there and a bit of difference there, but that's due to, you got to remember that those things are under many hundreds of tons of pressure sometimes under in the strata. So, and when they were buried, so they get flattened and misshapen and whatever. But you can see it's a human bloody foot and the foot bone. And the
habilis,
they just found a modern ape foot bone. If it was a modern ape foot bone, that's just as bad for them because they just found like just a modern ape foot bone in the, that they lose their Lucy narrative right there. Oh, but they'll say modern apes could live contemporaneously with Lucy. I think they say that at the same time that they split and chimpanzees went one way and the Australopithecines went the other way. So that's how
they're not surprised to find chimp feet with Lucy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they'll fit anything into their plastic magic narrative of evolution. Ever changing, very malleable. For me, I think it's obvious that Lucy was not an animal. Okay, she's a fake, and that She was no chimp or ape or anything. She didn't fall out of a tree because she never existed. Because all she is a conglomeration of animal and human remains. And even though they are smaller human remains, like the pelvis, the femur, they do fall within the range of humankind. Okay, because humankind, like the variation is a lot wider than what a lot of people expect. And you can find bones of anyone that exists
pygmy
in the
one makes
world.
it. I think that pygmy one explains it better because they're not just those pygmies are not just like freakish humans that were born freakishly small or freakishly tall. They're an ethnic group of people that are all born like that. So and you can imagine how small a pygmy child's sacrum would be. And they say that the Lucy sacrum's very small, so that proves that it wasn't a modern human. Well, come on, imagine those pygmies there. Imagine their children, the woman, a female child's sacrum. You know, like or
Sure.
even if you got a pygmy, you even among. Can you imagine how small a pygmy dwarf would be?
Oh,
Right?
sure.
I mean, you would get dwarfism in pygmies as well. They're just normal people like everyone else. They're just modern human beings like that white guy standing behind them. They're genetically almost like they're completely 100% identical. You know, it's like, so there's no difference. Can you imagine trying to explain that to Hitler today? He'd be going, it is Jewish propaganda. They are not identical. He'd really be thrown for a loop, wouldn't he?
There you go. The like we were saying, the orthodontist guy said in his video, there's like 12 examples of these cavemen all together, you know, as far as what would be considered partial skeletons even. Now, these are all the skeletons of the Australopithecine. So, you know, there's not many of these guys either. They're well represented here in the dark blue, you know, Australopithecine. You know, like they have all these branches going off places that don't go anywhere because they die off or go extinct, apparently. Even though all these other forms made it to modern day, gorilla, chimpanzee, pan, you know, it's ridiculous. Their whole narrative is ridiculous. So you have these 7 skeletons to represent this entire blue portion, okay, of their phylogenetic tree. So basically, the missing link is still missing. This is what they have for the missing link, that blue portion. These 7 skeletons make up every single type of Australopithecine from the bottom of this to the Homo species in Kenya. Okay, let me tell you about it. The Sediba, starting right there, is the M2, MH2, and MH1. On the right here, that is your Sediba. So a Sediba is taken care of. There's 2 individuals, it says. And that's exactly right. That's MH1 and MH2. You have 2 individuals to account for that entire species. Now, the MH1 and MH2, that was Lee Berger had a lot to do with that. And he's had accusations of foul play, playing fast and loose with the truth. Yeah. Yeah, he's been accused of playing fast and loose with the truth. He's not, you know, they're starting to question that. And he had a lot to do with these, like STW 573, which is the Littlefoot conglomeration. Lee Berger, he was involved with that as well, you know. So he has his hands in a lot of this stuff. All the ST, the Stokefontein Cave. So the STW stands for Stokefontein Cave System. The ST does. So anything that starts with ST, you know, comes from Stokefontein Cave, and that's Lee Berger and who else was there? Tobias, Clark. They all were working in this cave system that produced the ST ones. So you have the MH1, MH2, and they're represented right here by those 2 individuals of A Sediba. You have A Gari, That's not on this chart because Agari is just one individual, and that's known only by one single skull. And it's fragmented, and an entire species has been imagined. A bipedal species, mind you, was imagined from fragments of a skull that doesn't even have its foramen magnum present to judge anything by, yet it's claimed to be bipedal. So you have Agari for that. The Afarensis is the represented by Lucy here, the AL288-1. There's your Afarensis. They claim that they have 120 individuals of Afarensis. Now, the reason for this is that they have what's called the First Family Collection, which is a large collection of remains that was found in what would be called the Phase 2, I believe, of the dig at Hadar, with Johansen, the same guy that found Lucy. And what they basically did is they dug a bunch of gravel off the side of the slope. Here you can see a photo from Johansen's book here. Basically how they collected these fossils. You have the 333 site, or the AL333 site, where the first family was found, is a steep slope. It's debris here being shoveled into the bottom by a Tigrarian worker. Melissa, where it will be carefully screened. And that's basically what they did, is they took all that gravel off the side of the hill and they brought it down by the side of the river and put it on long sheets of cloth. And they picked little pieces out. And they found a bunch of what would be considered fossils that they are claiming to belong to Afarensis. So from about 400 remains of teeth, finger bones, partial parts of femurs, broken mandibles, broken jaws. You know, from all these pieces, they've decided they found 120 different individuals. There's no skeleton to mention beside Lucy for this claim. And as you can see, Lucy is very lacking. That's the AL288-1 in this video, or in this picture here. The second one from the left, AL28-1, that is Lucy. You know, she looks familiar. Same thing we're looking at here. Exactly the same. So you'll know that in a print in your head. There you go. There's Lucy. Now, we've covered how much of this tree that's pretty much already on this chart of 7 individuals. We've got Lucy, that's Afarensis. You have Australopithecus anamensis. Now, that's not on this either, but that's represented by a skull. So a lot of these are just skulls. You know, Boise, you have a skull. Paranthropus, you have a skull. And I do have a great document on all these different individuals, which I'll post in the chat if you want to take over for a minute, Jason. But Africanus is represented also here, all the main Africanus finds, and that covers the entire phylogenetic tree for the Australopithecine. That's like the STW or STS-14 there. There's your Africanus. There's very few Africanus discoveries. Now, the STW 573 is sometimes claimed to be an Africanus, but Clark, its founder, he says it's not. So the species is debated for the STS 573 Littlefoot conglomeration, and so it's not really represented anywhere on this phylogenetic tree. But some people try to work it in there by classifying it in the Africanus group, which they claim is got 130 different individuals. So that's more than the Afarensis even. But again, it's another case where it's...
Can I just read something to you?
So.
Can I just read something
Sure,
to you?
yeah.
This is what Matt wrote. Homo habilis.
I'm going to go take a break real quick.
a smorgasbord of random miscellaneous fossil finds. When skeletons are found a little more complete, they are entire ape in every way. Bernard Wood and C. Loring Brace determined the Homo habilis was pure ape fraud. Okay, so you got the Homo habilis fraud. The Australopithecine benghazi fossil classified under the genus B. Bar Ray Hazley or Burray Hazley. Australopithecus burra-hazley, I can't pronounce it. Fossil classified under the genus hominin, yet all they have is a lower jaw from Chad in Central Africa. The discovery keeps it under lock and key, so it cannot be investigated. Classify this under fraud. What's this? Kenyanthropus, I think it'd be. Platyops, which is Greek for flat-faced man, classified as a new species of hominin roaming East Africa. The same time as actually, I should just put this doc up on the screen while I'm doing this.
Sure thing. I'm gonna put the Australopithecine phylogenetic article into the chat for people to save. So I'll get this out of your way right after this. Look at that, huh? Give us a kiss, huh? All right, I'm done.
Hang on, no, I'm just trying to refresh my. There's no thing here for me to. Oh yeah, I'll just click on this to refresh it. That'll refresh it. Yep, there it is. Let's open it up. It won't open up in the same spot, unfortunately. All right, come on. Actually, I'll add it into StreamYards while it's loading. That way, sort of see what's going on. At least. Oh, now Chrome's not responding again.
There you go. So I threw that into the chat. I don't know, maybe just thumb through it sometime. If the pictures are the wrong size, it's no fault of my own, and I blame Google Docs. So that's on.
Oh, here it goes. This poor kid was called because he was a midget and he was African. He was made to do the most evil things happen to him. Otter Benga was his name. Was captured in 1904 by evolutionist researcher in the Congo, and his own tongue. He was basically captured by evolutionists and put in with apes and made to act like an ape, and people thought that he was a transitional between humans and apes, and this was obviously a very long time ago, but he was like treated absolutely horrendously. And let's just get down to this. He's a fossil find. Here we go. We'll go through the frauds. Already gone through that. Already read that. Look, here we go. What am I? Hang on, just let me see what I'm up to. Just 1 second. There it is. Yep. Australopithecus. Okay, Australopithecus stenonotus is again nothing but three jaws were found and some fragments. The ape species is similar to Lucy but different. Nothing but another species of ape, even though it's a proposed species of early hominin on Wikipedia in books classified as another fraud since even another anthropologists have suggested that the identification of a I can't let me see what the no diorema anyway as a new species requires more evidence than has been obtained thus far. And I'll just click up again and it goes on to other ones. Here we go. Homo rudolfensis. Only a handful of representative fossils exist. The researchers who analysed the 3 more recently found fossils say we need more fossil material before we can confirm the species really belongs in our human genus, but that hasn't stopped evolutionists from claiming them as part of the human evolution tree. This is just another extinct species of large primate. This ape had massive teeth and a long face like most big ape species. There are currently no stone tools found in the same layers as the H. rudolfensis fossil, yet they pretend it used tools. They say it did, but yet they didn't find anything. So, and then they say that it did. So there you go, more pseudoscience. Ororin tugenesis, or Oregon tugenesis. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Means oral man in Tugen, whatever that language is. Officially, just 20 bone fragments have been found. 6 were teeth. Debate over the thigh rages between scientists this is evolutionist scientists who try to say it's proof of bipedalism. Another joke in the long line of frauds is still not confirmed how in or whatever is related to modern humans to this day. Nothing more has ever been found, yet it is stated on Wiki Orin proves to be a direct human ancestor. What a shock. Not really fraud. It's a fraud, basically. Sahelanthropus, this is Erica's favorite one, Tensinitis or whatever, is with so little evidence. They've actually found that the guys came out and says that the femur bone or one of the leg bones or something, I think, of that particular ape full pan, which means ape. And then he shows a picture of a pan bone next to a human bone, and he shows the picture of the Sahelanthropus bone, and it's a full-on ape. I don't know if it's Sahelanthropus, this one that she's into, but it's one of them, the Sahelanthropus ones. I don't know if there's more than one. With little evidence to go on, some skeptical that can, the Tetradenus can really yet be defined as a hominin rather than some other form of ape. Yet this hasn't stopped them from saying it is related. It is related to Orinin, who they only have 20 small fragments, broken bones, and none of its skull at all. Yet Sahelanthropus itself has no postcranial remains, bones below the skull. None have ever been discovered. Evolutionists claim it was bipedal anyway. What a lie!
That's
fraud.
ridiculous. Yeah.
And this is
it's another case. It's another case where they probably don't even have the
on.
foramen magnum of the animal.
It just keeps going on. You got Eroanthropus.
First of all,
Aeronthropus. Is it Aeronthropus? Anyway, Aeronthropus. Dorsoni.
Paranthropus robustus. Sure. Anamensis.
No, Eoanthorpus.
Anamensis. I believe this is an Anamensis, buddy. So here you
Okay.
have, I believe this is the skull at the top.
Dorsoni. The second one is Erytheropus dorsoni. Anyway, I mean, well, you can just look that up in a search. AKA Piltdown Man. A man hoax in which bone fragments were presented as fossil remains of a previously unknown early human species. In 2016, the results of an extensive scientific review established that amateur archaeologist Charles Dawson had very likely perpetrated the hoax. And then it just keeps going on with more and more and more and more and more, and it just like it goes on for a little bit more actually there's is now accepted as a human genus. Cro-Magnon is now accepted as a human genus. Solo Man, that's a good one. Nandong, Solomon or Nandong was totally human all along. And basic, hang on, I've got it the wrong way. So yeah, that's it. That's getting towards the end of this particular article. So I think so. There's a couple of frauds I missed out on. Amnesis, studies of the microwear on Australopithecus amnesis molar fossils show a pattern of long striations. This pattern is similar to the microwear on the molars of gorillas. Something that Australopithecus amnesis had a similar diet to that of a modern gorilla. The microwear patterns are consistent on all Australopithecus amnesis molar fossils, regardless of location or time. Why believe it is anything other than a gorilla? Yet they do. This species is 4 million years old and an ancestor to a Afarensis, another ape pushed as a human ancestor. Fraud, right? You know, it just goes on and anyway. There's I think there's just one more. Actually, not on and on. Let me get back to that one.
I believe that this is the Anamensis skull.
Yeah, the Paranthropus. Paranthropus robustus. Regarding cranial features, proved to be in the direct or heavy chewing complex. It had large jaws and jaw muscles, and had you can tell that by where the muscles attached to how large the muscles were. I know that from looking at dog skull anatomy. Had a head shaped like a gorilla's. The sagittal crest, I think that's the way it's pronounced, I guess. The sagittal crest that runs from the top of the skull acts as an anchor for large chewing muscles. Well, there you go. A male may have stood 4 foot tall and weighed 120 pounds, while females stood under 1 meter and 3.2 inches tall, and of 1 meter 3.2 inches, or what, I don't know, understand what 3 feet 2 inches, sorry, tall, and weighed only 90 pounds. There was a great deal of skepticism and criticism from the academic community. Nothing about this is human, just another fraud pushed on us. And that's 100% spot on. And then you come up to the he gets into the Australopithecus, Lucy Australopithecus afarensis, fully ape baboon species, as recent spinal column showing Lombard lordosis. Her big chimp-like arms suggested she hadn't yet abandoned the trees. Hip, hands, and feet analysis and indicates, like, they've literally found, like I said, I'd like Don Patton's getting a bit old now, I'd imagine, but I should try to contact him by email and see if he'll send me the information he's got on the finds of what he believes are the Australopithecus feet in the layers in the same layers that they find Australopithecus. And so I can show that to people and show them what they're ignoring, because he did say that in a thing, and he said it as though he had evidence for it. And Don Patton, is a very careful guy in what he says. He wouldn't say something like that unless he had some sort of evidence for it to back it up, to back up his whatever, theory, whatever. Anyway, so that's it. So you want to wrap it up or what? It's up to you.
I don't know if I'm trying to post into the chat. It's not really working.
Yeah, it just seizes up sometimes. I get that. I tried to post something before. And now it's working for me.
Well, I just wanted to say that this is your idea of the Anamensis, and what you were just saying right now is that it lines up perfectly with what would be considered just any other ape skull. A lot of these early ones, even here, you can see all the cracks in the skull, but this is found pretty much complete, so this is a great find, but it's nothing more than what you would expect from an ape. There's nothing transitional about it. It's fully ape.
Absolutely.
So that's your Anamensis. The crust across the top there matches perfectly with a chimp skull, if I recall correctly. Let's see. Or maybe, no, what was he saying? Gorilla skull for the crust? Let's see.
It was the striations, I think, on the teeth. He said that show that it's had the same striations on the exactly this, and all the teeth ever found had the same striations
as a gorilla
on them as modern gorillas, the striations as modern gorillas have on their teeth. So they had exactly the same diet as a modern gorilla as well, basically. And they can tell that from the striations. Every tooth ever found has exactly the same striations, and those striations identically match gorilla teeth striations, from the things they eat and the way they chew, and the scratches they leave and the marks they leave and the wear they leave is identical. So every tooth ever found the same. So they're just an ape. They're just an ape with an ape diet, and they've just put it in the human line. I mean, this is just pure imagination.
There's a top view. There's a top view of them. So you've got this crest going across the top. Now this isn't on. This is, well, what you would say. What it's called is the crown. I believe on the males you see more of a prominent crown appearing, but this line that goes down the center is very telling, because humans, we don't have that line, this crown on top of the skull. We have a very smooth top of the skull. Same with this chimpanzee skull here, but this is a juvenile chimpanzee skull, I believe. So you wouldn't even see the crest yet, even if one would appear, because on the males you get that crown. So now over on the juvenile gorilla skull, you definitely have a line going right up the
Imagine
center,
if they found that in the fossil record, they'd say that was a transitional human. That
Sure.
chimpanzee, the young chimpanzee skull.
Sure, yeah. Well, that's the thing, is like, if you
They
took
would.
that and compared it to
if it wasn't alive today and they found that in the fossil record, they'd literally putting it on the bench, lining it up with the other skulls and saying, this is in the line right about here. And they would be.
They would. That's what they're always up to. I mean, when you look at this top shot, you're missing what would be, what's the name of that anatomy? I'm not quite sure if I remember, but okay, so I can show you on here. So underneath the skull, you see on either side of the maxilla those arches, and there's just these little bone arches that go from basically your maxilla to the side of your noggin. So in this, obviously in this photo here, they're missing, so you don't have those arches anymore. A straight shot would have been better, but so yeah. So you have these arches. There they are again. On the skull, on the human skull, they're practically non-existent. They do exist, but they're a lot smaller. So, but you can see on this Paranthropus anamensis, I believe, on this skull, that they're broken off. So you have that different going on. But beyond that, like we could go find a male skull of a chimpanzee online. If you would, Jason, is your browser open?
I'll have a look.
All right. If you want, if you could type in male chimpanzee skull bone clones, and then we'll look at the bone clone, and I'll show you exactly what I mean by this crown. So it's pretty identifiable as a fully ape skull. And that's what they expect, though. I mean, in their phylogenetic tree, they expect they expect it to look pretty chimpanzee at this point in time, because you have the Ardipithecus, way down here at the bottom of this tree, of the dark blue. It's the first notches going up, Ardipithecus. Well, that's what we have here. So they're trying to say that, it's obviously going to be a chimpanzee appearing skull. You dig what I mean? But because it's so early on in this human evolution narrative that they're like, well, we're looking for a chimp skull. So here you have the chimp skull. And we lost the browser. That was a perfect example, though, I think.
No,
but
lose it.
So you have,
Was
this crest, or this crest that goes across the top of the skull. And what I'm saying is this very crest
chimpanzee skull
is present on this skull, or it should be if it's male. So there's the
we got side on shots. We got top on shots. Here's a top on shot.
Perfect, right there. Yeah.
Hang on. Wait a minute.
That's
Let me get. It'll take a while. There it is.
Yeah. So you have. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
So that's an ape. That's just an ape that they found. It's just an outright ape, and they call that in the human line. That other picture. You should put up that other picture over the top of that and show.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the human line.
This is a comparison.
This is what they say is in the human line. Now get rid of it. And then there's the chimpanzee, adult chimpanzee male skull, and then go back to it again. And then and that's it's what a joke.
It's so obvious. It's so obvious.
And that's in
now
the male
check this out.
That's in the human. That's a homo, whatever. That's on the way to being a human. Get lost.
Hit the side view on that rather than
idiots.
Hit the side view, buddy.
Yeah.
I got to show you just how well this matches. There's definitely a side view on that bone clone site.
Oh yeah,
too.
no, there is. There definitely is. Hang on, there's heaps of them. It
might not be perfectly a side view like this one is.
Yeah, they got both sides of the skull.
Oh, good.
And
now you gotta know that this is missing the mandible. So when you look at this, you got to kind of imagine it with no mandible.
And then they got this. And then they got
you dig it? So the sutures of the skull.
Look at that.
Notice this. Oh, yeah, you got that bottom one. Yeah, and you can tell it's a male even from the bottom, or I can, because just look at those the teeth. Like they're so pronounced. It's an adult male,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like you imagine that without the mandible attached. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there it is without the mandible attached. It's exactly the same. I mean, they've got the top view just looks identical.
I can give you
there's the top
bottom view
view.
of this thing too.
Oh, they got, yeah. Okay, I'll give you the bottom view. Hang on, I'll get to the bottom view. There's the top view. Just looks identical, virtually identical. They just found a freaking chimp, didn't they? They just found a chimp skull, and a big male chimp skull, and they said, "Oh, this hang on, we'll just put this eeny, meeny, miny, mo right there. That'll be in that with those 12 skulls. That'll be right there in the human line." I mean, what a load of. Man, I'm so angry that I was conned about this stuff when I was at school. I was lied about. I wasn't told about these other opinions. I was just pushed on me that, like I lost my faith when I was about 10, like fully. And that went on for a long time, decades.
Yeah, I mean, just that top view alone, just the crest of the skull of the male crest, this crown or whatever. It's so telling that it's the same thing. I mean, the brow ridge lines up exactly right. The maxilla lines up exactly right. But it's like, this is what they expect to see, though. Now, here's a bottom shot of it to go with your bottom shot. And
hang on, I'll get the bottom.
I mean, it's obviously very compressed. Like this skull, I believe that they found it in one piece. It's got cracks all over it, but this is something that they found. This is a complete skull when they found it, or mostly complete. As you see, there's pieces missing. But, if you're missing, and like, this isn't necessarily a completely adult male skull, but it looks like it's at least pretty far along because it's already got that crest. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's the bottom shot. Now, we're missing the big long teeth on this guy. One of them is non-existent. The other one's half filed off.
Yeah, because they're
broken off.
They're broken off, mate. It's just broken. It's not that they.
But as far as
they
the
weren't
skull
there.
size,
They were definitely there.
The skull size, the skull capacity is going to be about the same. You dig what I mean?
Yeah. Well, even if it wasn't, it'd just be a smaller version of a chimp. You can see quite clearly there's just a chimpanzee skull. It's just it's either just a modern chimpanzee skull, or it's a some sort of extinct chimpanzee species. Even evolutionists and creationists both say the ancient world was the world of today is a biological desert compared to the ancient world. Their ancient world goes back hundreds of thousands to millions of years, whereas our ancient world goes back thousands of years. But we both agree that and we both agree on this, that the ancient world, that to the world of today is basically a biological desert compared to what it was, way back when. And so they've just, when they say that, they just admitted that there would have been so many different ape species in the past, so many, you know what I mean? Like, we know that species are dying out left, right, and center. I mean, look at the amount of species that have died out over all this time. And anyway, hang on, wait a minute, Doug. I'm just gonna hang on.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I was just had to
Sorry.
attend to one of the sea squirts there.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, so what do you want to do? You want to wrap this up or what?
Yeah, man. Good talk. Let's wrap it up. I'll see you next week.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have something else to talk about. You can set it for Facebook as well, because we'll stream on there. My Twitter account's gone. So if anyone was following me on Twitter that sees this, that I didn't block them, they won't see this far into the video. What 4 hours and 32 minutes. If anyone that sees me that I blocked them on Twitter, then I didn't block them. I just deactivated my account and I'm letting it delete, because they started to basically ban me. And if they went through all my 1,200 posts in the past, from way back in the past, they could just keep banning me, and I'm paying like a premium fee every month and just keep getting banned. No thanks. So I'm just going to let the account completely delete all those posts and all that effort, all gone, but I'm going to let that account completely delete and then start up a new account. And I'll watch what I say, so they've got no excuses and stuff, because I want to monetize it eventually. It'll just take me a long time now because I have to start all over again. I have to wait 30 days till my account deletes, and then I'll make up another account and, start from scratch. Anyway.
Whoa.
All right.
This chat really doesn't like the one message I'm trying to send to Sandy C. So I'm just going to read it out before we end.
Okay.
The one hoax, it does take years for them to come out with these hoaxes and to show them and discredit them. One of the hoaxes remained in the museum itself, even after it was proven a hoax for like 40 years. I think that was the Piltdown Man. Everything was displayed in Ohio's Museum of Natural History for like decades after they disproved it. Or maybe it was the plant. I don't know. It was one of those hoaxes though. But all those hoaxes are also included in that one document. And have a great night, Jason. It was a great time talking to you. I think we got our point across pretty well. So
God bless you and everyone that sees this, and have a good day.
Yep.
I'm
Stay
tired,
strong
eh?
and God bless.